Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to SetAtMoon.com. I'm Joe Dumont, and if you're just joining us, then you've missed the prayers and the songs that we've done beforehand. And Randy, as always, is full throttle, 100% in when he goes to sing, and it's always awesome. So I thank him. I thank Rose for the prayers today. It's great to hear different people doing the prayers, that they just sing a little bit differently, and it's nice. And believe it or not, I do know half of them, I think. But I got to have someone singing the beat for me to do it. We're going to do, today is the 49th day. And
Hey,
you want Ryan?
Need someone to read that, Joe?
Pardon me?
You need someone to read that?
Do you have someone to read that? Or
Holly, I think I'm going to send it to Holly. I think she said she could read it.
okay. Then if Holly's ready.
I don't have anything to read. There it is. Okay.
I just sent it to you.
Very good. I can read.
Or send it. Yeah.
Today is the 7th day of the 7th week of 7 weeks. Today is the 49th day of the counting of 50 days from the day of the waving of the Omer on the tomorrow after the Sabbath. Today is the 7th Sabbath of 7 Sabbaths. Today completes the 7 week of 7 weeks. Psalm 67:1. Elohim does favor us and bless us, cause his face to shine upon us. Selah. Psalm 67:2. For your way to be known on earth, your deliverance among all nations. Psalm 67:3. Let the people praise you, O Elohim. Let all the peoples praise you. Psalm 67:4. Let the nations be glad and sing for joy. For you judge the people uprightly and lead the nations on earth. Selah. Psalm 67:5. Let the people praise you, O Elohim. All the peoples praise you. Psalm 67:6. The earth shall give her increase. Elohim, our own Elohim, blesses us. Psalm 67:7. Elohim blesses us, and all the ends of the earth fear him. Day 49, a prayer of thanksgiving. Psalm 138, 1-8. I give you thanks with all my heart. Before the mighty ones, I sing praises to you. I bow myself towards your set apart, Halah, and give thanks to your name for your loving commitment and for your truth. For you have made great your word, your name above all. On the day I called you. On the day I called, you did answer me. You made me bold with strength in my being. Let all the sovereigns of the earth give thanks to you, O Jehovah, when they shall hear the words of your mouth, and let them sing the ways of Jehovah, for great is the esteem of Jehovah. Jehovah is exalted. He looks on the humble, but the proud he perceives from a distance. Though I walk in the midst of distress, you revive me. You stretch out your hand against the wrath of my enemies, and your right hand saves me. Jehovah does perfect for me. O Jehovah, your loving commitment is everlasting. Do not forsake the works of your hands.
Thank you, Holly. Today is the 49th day of 50 days. You guys have made it this far. This is awesome. And Ryan is doing the opening prayer. Have I got the right one?
We have Scott.
Heavenly Father, today we are observing day 49 of counting the Omer, the 7th Sabbath and the last Sabbath of counting the Omer, as commanded by you. Open our hearts and minds to the words of your Torah that will be spoken here today, and may this time studying your word be a blessing to us and to those who will view this teaching in the future. In your mighty, holy name, Jehovah Yeshua, our salvation. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Scott. My bad. I got that wrong. Randy did tell me. So here we are. 49 days. You've been counting it for 49 days. You know what that means. Do you understand the depth of what that's telling you and what you are doing each time you do this? I want you to think about that. We're going to be coming back to that later. We have a teaching today, and I'll let Shane introduce you, but I believe it's Ryan. I get my names mixed up today. So.
Yep. Yes, we have Ryan doing a short teaching today. And Ryan hails from Hemet, Southern California. He's been a plumber for 23 years, married for 24 with 4 children. And he started the Torah walk in 2021. He was baptized in 2002 at a Baptist church, found the Sabbath in 2020. He started attending SDA church, and then was led to Messianic online teachings in the Holy Days, and then led to Sighted Moon. And his teaching today, sorry, I don't have my note in front of me. Where did it go? What is to be like to be a child of God. So Ryan, whenever you are ready, you can start your screen share.
All right, Shabbat Shalom. Everybody hear me all right? All right. Happy 49th day. All right, this is awesome. So I'm pretty computer illiterate, so I'm asking for grace right off the bat from everyone here. So like I said, I'm a plumber. I'm really good at a shovel, not a computer. So Shabbat Shalom. Let me see here if I can get this screen share going on. First of all, I want to thank everybody here for just this opportunity. I don't know how it's going to go, so let's just see how things go here. Let me see, entire screen, okay. Can everybody see that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, so I've been listening to Sighted Moon, all of the YouTube videos from, I think they're from the site. I think it's only from 2021 up until now. So I haven't seen anything about the children of God here. So I want to kind of let everybody know how important it is to basically rely on the Father in all things. So, children of God, what is it being a child of God? So I went into the Strong's Concordance, and I saw that children inside the Strong's is seen 1,804 times. The first time we see children in the Bible is found in the Torah, which is the Old Testament, according to Strong's Concordance in Genesis 3:16. And to the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children. That's H1121. And thy desires shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. So Ben or Bane from H1129, a son, as a builder of the family name in the widest sense of literal and figurative relationship, including grandson, subject, nation, quality, or condition. In Strong's 10a refers to Psalms 82:6. I have said, you are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High. Children in Strong's Concordance is seen 1,804 times. The last time children is seen in the Bible, according to Strong's Concordance, is in Revelation 21:12. And had a great and high, and had a wall great and high, and had 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels, and names written thereon, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. That's the Greek word 5207. Huos, apparently a primary word, a son, sometimes of animals, used very widely of immediate, remote, or figurative kinship, child, fowl, son. So Strong's 1129, which is H1129. For some reason, I don't have anything else here. Let me see here what I got. Oh, here we go. So, bana, a primitive root to build, literally and figuratively, children, make, repair, set up, surely. Everybody can still see my screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I spelled it wrong. Strong's H1129, bana. The verb bana is used to mean building one's house, having children. In Genesis 16:2, and Sarai said to Abram, behold now, the Lord has restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. In Deuteronomy 25:9, then shall his brother's wife come into him in the presence of the elders, and loose his shoe from off his foot, and spit in his face, and shall answer and say, so shall it be done unto that man that will not build up his brother's house. So all these bold and underlined words I have here are referring to the Strong's H1129, bana. In 2 Samuel 7:27, for thou, O Lord of hosts, God of Israel, hast revealed to thy servant, saying, I will build thee an house. Therefore hath thy servant found in his heart to pray this prayer unto thee. Used figuratively, to build a house may also mean to found a dynasty. So in Strong's H3206, Yaled, from H3205, something born that is, a lad or offspring, boy, child, fruit, son, young man, one. Yaled as a noun means boy child. The noun Yaled differs from Bain or Bana, that's son, H1121, which we just saw, which more exactly specifies the parental relationship. This word is found in Genesis 30:26. So Genesis 30:25-26, Numbers 11:12, and Jeremiah 31:20, the parental relationship. Genesis 30:25, and it came to pass when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said unto Laban, send me away, that I may go unto my own place and to my country. Genesis 30:26, give me my wives and my children, there's that word, for whom I have served thee, and let me go, for thou knowest my service which I have done. We jump into Numbers 11:12. Have I conceived all this people? Have I begotten them, that thou shouldest say unto me, carry them in my bosom, as a nursing father beareth the sucking child, unto the land which thou swearest unto their fathers. Jeremiah 31:20, is Ephraim my dear son? Is he a pleasant child? For since I spake against him, I do earnestly remember him still. Therefore my bowels are troubled for him. I will surely have mercy upon him, saith the Lord. This word children in H3206 is only found 30 more times in the Torah, compared to son H1121, where there are hundreds of references. And I was going to put a few down, but there's just so many. So jumping in the Strong's H2945, Taf from H2952. These are the actual definitions that I found in the Strong's. So when they're not, the highlighted is going to be the King James version of the scriptures that I have, that these were referring to. So, but the other stuff here is actually the Strong's Concordance definition. Perhaps referring to the tripping get of children, a family, mostly used collectively in the singular. Little children, ones, families. Taf means weaker ones, child, little one. In several passages, Taf represents only children and old ones, first seen in Genesis 34:29. And all their wealth and all their little ones and their wives took they captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. H2952, tafat, to trip with short steps. So in Strong's H3211, Yaled or Yalid, from H3211, born, home, born, child, son. H3205, Yalad, a primitive root to bear young, causatively to beget, medically to act as midwife, specifically to show lineage, bear, beget, birth, day, born, make to, bring forth children young, bring up, calve, child, come, be delivered of a child, time of delivery, gender, hatch, labor, do the office of a midwife, declare pedigrees, be the son of, woman in, woman that, travaileth, travailing woman. Note 7 in the Strong's, Yalid describes the relationship between Jehovah and Israel at other places within the Bible as well. In note 7a in the Strong's, this relationship is especially relevant to the king who typifies the Messiah, the son who God begot. We find that in Psalms 2:7. I will declare the decree, the Lord hath said unto me, thou art my son, this day I have begotten thee. In note 7b, God also says he begat the nation of Israel as a whole. Deuteronomy 32:18, of the rock that begat thee, thou art unmindful, and hast forgotten God that formed thee. Strong's H5288, Nahar. From H5287, concretely, a boy as active from the age of infancy to adolescent. By implication, a servant also by interchange of sex, a girl of similar latitude in age, babe, boy, child, damsel. From the margin, lad, servant, young man. Nahar appears 235 times in the Old Testament. The first time is in Genesis 14:23 through 24. That I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is thine, lest thou shouldest say, I have made Abram rich. Genesis 14:24, save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portion. The basic meaning of this word is youth. At times, it could also mean a very young child, as in Isaiah 7:16. For before the child shall know to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land that thou abhorrest shall be forsaken of both her kings. Nahar. Generally, Nahar denotes a young man who is of marriageable age but is still a bachelor. In Jeremiah 1:6, he refers to himself as a Nahar, but not of his age, but more to his inexperience as a spokesman for God. In Jeremiah 1:6, then said I, Lord God, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child. Nahar can also mean a servant, we find in 1 Samuel 14:1. Now it came to pass upon a day that Jonathan the son of Saul said unto the young man that bare his armor, Come and let us go over to the Philistines' garrison that is on the other side. But he told not his father. Kings and officials have servants that were referred to by the title Nahar, but in the context of Esther 2:2, the word is better translated as attendant. Strong's H5287, Nahar, a primitive root, probably identical with H5286, through the idea of the rustling of manar, which usually accompanies the lion's roar. So I was just thinking, like, you know how the king would say something, and the servants would, be the bullhorn, basically. To tumble about, shake, off, out, self, overthrow, toss up, and down. In Strong's H5768, Olal, or Olad, Olal from Strong's H5763, a suckling, infant, babes, child, little ones to suckle, give milk, those that are young. In 2 Kings 8:12 reads, And Hazael said, Why weepeth my Lord? And he answered, Because I know the evil that thou wilt do unto the children of Israel. Their strongholds wilt thou set on fire, and their young men wilt thou slay with the sword, and wilt dash their children, and rip up their women with child. In Strong's H1123, Bane, Chaldee, corresponding to H1121, child, son, young of the captives. This word corresponds with H1547 in Daniel 5:13. Then was Daniel brought in before the king, and the king spoke and said unto Daniel, Art thou that Daniel which are of the children of the captivity of Judah, whom the king my father brought out of Jewry? In Strong's H1547, Galuth, Chaldee, corresponding to H1546 is captivity. Strong's H1546, Galuth, feminine from H1540. Captivity, concretely, exiles, collectively, they that are carried away captives. Strong's H1540, Galah, a primitive root to denude, especially in a disgraceful sense, by implication to exile, captives being usually stripped, figuratively to reveal, adverse, appear, bewray, bring, carry, lead, go, captive, into captivity, depart, disclose, exile, be gone, open, plainly publish, remove, reveal, shamelessly, slew, or shew, surely tell, uncover. Daniel 6:13. Then answered they and said before the king, that Daniel, which is of the children of the captivity of Judah, regardeth not thee, O king, nor the decree that thou hast signed, but maketh his petition 3 times a day. So now we're jumping into the New Testament Greek words. Those that we just went through, I had found according to the Old Testament. So in Strong's G3816 is pahisi, perhaps from G3817, a boy, as often beaten with impunity, or by an analogy, a girl, and generally a child, specifically a slave or servant, especially a minister to a king, and by eminence to God, child, maiden, man, manservant, son, young man, found within Matthew 2:16. Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, was exceedingly wroth, and sent forth and slew all the children, that's that word, G38:16, that were in Bethlehem, and in all the coasts thereof, from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had diligently inquired of the wise men. In Strong's 38:17, a primary verb, to hit as if by a single blow and less violently. And then G5180, specifically to sting as a scorpion, smite, or strike. Strong's G5043, tekinon, from the base of G5098, a child, as produced, child, daughter, son. Matthew 2:18, in Ramah there was a voice heard, lamentation and weeping and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted because they are not. In Matthew 3:9, and think not to say within yourselves, we have Abraham to our father. For I say unto you that God is able of these stones to raise up children unto Abraham. There are natural and figuratively senses for this word tekinon. Figuratively speaking, there are several scriptures found, and as follows. In John 1:12, but as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name, children of God. In Ephesians 5:8, for ye were sometimes darkness, but now are ye light in the Lord. Walk as children of light. Tekinon continued. We're still in Strong's G5043. In 1 Peter 1:14, as obedient children, not fashioning yourselves according to the former lusts in your ignorance. In Romans 9:8, that is, they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are counted for the seed. In Galatians 4:28, now we, brethren, as Isaac was, are the children of the promise. In 1 John 3:10, in this the children of God are manifest, and the children of the devil. Whosoever doeth not righteousness is not of God, neither he that loveth not his brother. In Ephesians 2:3, among whom also we all had our conversation in times past in the lust of our flesh, fulfilling the desires of the flesh and of the mind, and were by nature the children of wrath, even as others. In 2 Peter 2:14, having eyes full of adultery, and that cannot cease from sin, beguiling unstable souls, and heart they have exercised with covetous practices, cursed children. We're still in Strong's G5043, tekinon, continued. 2 Timothy 2:1, thou therefore, my son, be strong in the grace that is in Christ Jesus. Philemon 1:10, I beseech thee for my son, Ominous, whom I have begotten in my bonds. So moving on now, Strong's G3813, Pahidion, neuter derivative of G3816, a childling of either sex, that is, properly an infant, or by extension, a half-grown boy or girl, figuratively an immature Christian, little young child, damsel. In Matthew 14:21, we find this word, and they that had eaten were about 5,000 men, besides women and children. And the Strong's has all kinds of references here. I know that I'm on time constraints, so if you guys want to mark these down, in Strong's 1A, it is used as an infant just born according to John 16:21. 1B, of a male child recently born according to Matthew 2:8 and Hebrews 11:23. 1C, of a more advanced child seen in Mark 9:24. 1D, of a son seen in John 4:49. 1E, of a girl seen in Mark 5:39, 40, and 41. 1F, in the plural, children. 2, it is used metaphorically. And 2A in 1 Corinthians 14:20, brethren, be not children in understanding. How about in malice be ye children, but in understanding be men. Strong's 3813 continued. 2B, in affectionate and familiar address by Yeshua to his disciples as lads, as seen in John 21:5, referring to their faith as young or new. In John 21:5, we read, then Jesus saith unto them, children, have ye any meat? They answered him, no. 2C, also by the Apostle John to the youngest believers in the family of God. 1 John 2:13, I write unto you, fathers, because ye have known him that is from the beginning. I write unto you, young men, because ye have overcome the wicked one. I write unto you, little children, because ye have known the Father. 1 John 2:18, little children, it is the last time, and as ye have heard that Antichrist shall come, even now are there many Antichrists, whereby we know that it is the last time. So now we find in Strong's G5207, huos, a primary word, a son. Primarily, this word stresses the quality and essence of one so resembling another that distinctions between the two are indiscernible. In Hebrews 1:2, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds. In Hebrews 1:3, who being the brightness of his glory and the express image of his person, and upholding all things by the word of his power, when he had by himself purged our sins, sat down on the right hand of the majesty on high. The Apostle John does not use huos, son, of the believer. He reserves that title for the Lord. But he does use tekinon, child, as in his Gospels, John 1:12, 1 John 3:1 and 2, and Revelation 21:7. Huos is a quotation from 2 Samuel 7:14. The Lord Yeshua used huos in a very significant way, as in Matthew 5:9. Blessed be the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. And in Matthew 5:44, but I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you. In Matthew 5:45, that ye may be the children of your Father which is in heaven. For he maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and the unjust. I just find that fascinating because I know right now we are literally living that as I'm speaking. We are to be the wheat and not the tares, and the harvest is going to come soon. So we all know what we need to do. The disciples were to do these things not in order that they might become children of God, but that being children of God, that they might make the fact manifest in their character, might become sons. So this is a work in progress. Check this out in 2 Corinthians 6:17. Wherefore come out from among them, and be ye separate, saith the Lord, and touch not the unclean thing, and I will receive you. So that little picture there, I found that pretty cool. Because sometimes when I'm talking to others, Christians, believers, people who love God, I kind of feel like I'm the guy that's standing over in the dark there. So, but when I read those stickers, not of this world, it makes perfect sense. Okay, Strong's G815 akinos as a negative particle, and G5043 childless without children. Luke 20:28 saying, Master, Moses wrote unto us, if any man's brother die having a wife, and he die without children, that his brother should take his wife and raise up seed unto his brother. Luke 20:29. There were therefore 7 brethren, and the first took a wife and died without children. Luke 20:30. And the second took her to wife, and he died childless. Luke 20:31. And the third took her, and in like manner the 7 also, and they left no children and died. In Strong's G5040, tekinon is an infant, plural and figuratively darlings, little children. Tekinon, only figuratively and always in plural, is a term kindly addressed by teachers to their disciples under circumstances requiring a tender appeal. 1a, of Christ to the 12 just before his death, seen in John 13:33. Little children, yet a little while I am with you. Ye shall seek me, and as I said unto the Jews, whither I go, ye cannot come. So now I say to you. 1b, the Apostle John used it in warning believers against spiritual dangers. And you can find that in 1 John 2:1, 12, 28. Also 1 John 3:7, 18. And 1 John 4:4. And then 1 John 5:21. Strong's G1025. Briefos. An infant, properly unborn, literally or figuratively, babe, young child, and infant. Briefos denotes an unborn child or an infant still older. In Luke 2:12, and this shall be a sign unto you. Ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. Luke 2:16. And they came with haste and found Mary and Joseph and the babe lying in a manger. Luke 18:15. And they brought unto him also infants, that he would touch them. But when his disciples saw it, they rebuked him. Acts 7:19. The same dealt subtilely with our kindred, and evil entreated our fathers, so that they cast out their young children, to the end they might not live. 1 Peter 2:2. As newborn babes desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby. Can't really see this. I don't know what's up. Oh, here we go. Strong's G3515, napidazo, from G3516, to act as a babe, innocently be a child. Strong's 3516, nepios, not speaking, an infant, figuratively, a simple-minded person, an immature Christian, literally, a napios was one without the power of speech, a little child. He can make sounds, but not articulate speech. To be in the Strong's, of those who are carnal and have not grown, as they should have done, in spiritual understanding and power, the spirituality, they are spiritually immature. 1 Corinthians 3:1, and I, brethren, could not speak unto you as unto spiritual, but as unto carnal, even as unto babes in Christ. To see those who are, so to speak, partakers of milk, and without experience of the word of righteousness. Hebrews 5:13, for everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. Strong's 35:15 continued, to D, of the Jews who, while the law was enforced, were in a state of corresponding to that of childhood or minority. Just the word infant is used of a minor children. Galatians 4:3, even so we, when we were children, were in bondage under the elements of the world. To E, of believers in an immature condition, impressionable and liable to be imposed upon instead of being in a state of spiritual maturity. Ephesians 4:14, that we henceforth be no more children, tossed to and fro, and carried about with every wind of doctrine, by the sleight of men and cunning craftiness, whereby they lie in wait to deceive. Example 3, immaturity is always associated with this word. This is why it's important to fall upon the rock. Strong's G5044, teknotropheo, from a compound of G5043 and G5142, to be a child rearer, fulfill the duties of a female parent, bring up children. In 1 Timothy 5:10, well reported of for good works, if she have brought up children, if she have lodged strangers, if she have washed the saints' feet, if she have relieved the afflicted, if she have diligently followed every good work. G5043, teknon, from the base of G5098, a child as produced, child, daughter, son. G5142, trepho, a primary verb, properly trepho, but perhaps strengthened from the base of G5157 through the idea of convulsion. Properly to stiffen, that is, fatten, by implication to cherish, with food, etc., pamper, rear, bring up, feed, nourish. Strong's 5041, tiki nog on ao. I'm going to murder these words, guys. I'm just a dumb plumber, so. From a compound of G5043 and the base of G1096, to be a child bearer, a parent, mother, bearer of children. 1 Timothy 5:14, I will therefore that the younger woman marry, bear children, guide the house, give none occasion to the adversary to speak reproachfully. G 1096, gin om ahi, a prolonged and middle form of a primary verb, to cause, to be, generate, that is, respectively, to become, come into being, used with great latitude, literally, figuratively, intensively, etc. Arise, be assembled, become, befall, behave, self, be brought to pass, become, to pass, continue, be divided, be done, drawn, be ended, fall, be finished, follow, be found, be fulfilled, God forbid, grow, happen, have, be kept, be made, be married, be ordained to be, partake, pass, be performed, be published, require, seem, be showed, soon as it was, sound, be taken, be turned, use, wax, will, would, be wrought. Strong's G 5388, eknos, eknos, from G 5384 and G 5043. Fond of one's children, that is, maternal, love their children, cherishing one's kindred, especially parents and children, kindly affectioned. In Titus 2:4, we read that they may teach the young women to be sober, to love their husbands, and to love their children. G 5384, philos, properly dear, that is, a friend, actively fond, that is, friendly, still as a noun, an associate, neighbor, friend. So we're getting to the end here, and I wanted to stress this. Strong's G 5207, hios, the primary word being son. This word stresses the quality and essence of one so resembling another that the distinctions between the two are indiscernible. This is why Yeshua, when he came to walk, he was to show us the way, and we are to be resembling Yeshua. Strong's G 5207 continued, hios, in Revelations 21:12, and had a wall great and high, and had 12 gates, and at the gates 12 angels, and the names written thereon, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. Strong's G 4762, strepho, strengthened from the base of G 5157, to twist, that is, turn, quite around or reverse, literally or figuratively, convert, turn, again, back again, self about. G 5157, trope or trope, from an apparently primary word, to turn, a turn, trope, that is, revolution, turning. So we're not doing a 360 here, we're doing a 180. Matthew 18:1. At the same time came the disciples unto Jesus, saying, who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? Matthew 18:2. And Jesus called a little child unto him, and set him in the midst of them. Matthew 18:3. And said, verily I say unto you, except you be converted and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. Very important scripture right there. Strong's G 4762 continued. Matthew 18:4. Whosoever therefore shall humble himself as this little child. Got to kick out the pride, people, and become humble. The same is greatest in the kingdom of heaven. I don't know about you, but I'm striving to be great in the kingdom of heaven. I want to serve the Most High. Matthew 18:5. And whoso shall receive one such little child in my name receiveth me. Matthew 18:6. But whoso shall offend one of these little ones which believe in me, it were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck, and that he were drowned in the depth of the sea. Matthew 18:3. And said, truly I say unto you, unless you are converted and become like children, you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven. Again, I just had to stress that scripture right there. G 4762, Strepho, to turn in mind, be converted or changed, become another kind of person, to become like children. And you can find that in the NASB Bible. So I'm thinking that we're here at the end. Convert to be a childlike being. The point of all this comes down to relying on the Father of the heavens and the earth. He provides all things, from the work of our hands and minds to the very food we eat. I also believe that he has a plan for us in all things we do. There are no coincidences in our everyday walk. And I know this because he says he knows all things, all the way down to every hair we have on our very head. Luke 12:7. But even the very hairs of your head are all numbered. Fear not, therefore, ye are of more value than many sparrows. So, my wife always tells me I'm the biggest kid that she's got. We have 4 children. I have a little boy that I ask him to pick up his room, and he comes to me with this big smile and he says, Daddy, I picked up my room, and there's like 3 items he picked up. So it's like, really? I mean, man, come on. I asked you to pick up the room, but I can just look how our Father looks at us. Like, we do what we can, and we always come to the Father, whether it be in prayer or just knowing that your hairs are counted on your head, and we try our best. And it's just awesome to know that we have a Father that creates all these things for us and takes care of us. And we just have to rely on that in all things. Like I said, there's no coincidences. Like me even coming to sightofmoon.com, this was no coincidence. I was literally led here by Jehovah. My Father knows my heart. He knows my inner beings. He knows I want to know more about him. When I was in the Messianic walk, of course, I started out as a Sabbath keeper. When I've had the realization that was the sign in our hands and our foreheads to keep the Sabbath so important, it just floored me. And immediately it was actually kind of easy. I just dumped everything on the Sabbath and just started holding on to the Father. And then blessings have come to where I am now here, very thankful, and love listening to everybody's input here. We have so many people here that are meat eaters, and some of us here that are just milk eaters trying to chew on the beef jerky that we're given. So I want to thank you all. Happy 49th day. Shabbat Shalom. I love you guys. And that's the end of my presentation.
Oh, no, you're not going anywhere yet. Don't go away.
Yeah, I'm getting out of here.
Thank you, Ryan. I want to say something about one of the things that you did say there, and I've been rebuked for it a number of times myself, is what is going on with the screen? We're on slow motion here. Am I frozen?
Nope, you're okay.
Oh, okay.
Need to get off screen share.
No, that's it. Okay. There was a bunch of dumb fishermen who were called by Yeshua.
Wait a second. There you go.
They turned the world upside down. I was going through Ryan's screen. That's what it was. And they turned the world upside down. So he's called all of us. And just because Ryan's a dumb ditch digger doesn't mean he's the only one. I like the way he studies, because that's how I study, word by word, every meaning, trying to figure out what is this talking about. So, and I had a question. I said, because partway through, I said, why are we studying this? Where is he going? What's he going for? So I'm going to ask that question still. Why did you study this word, Ryan? Why did you pick this word? Because I think I know the answer, but I'll let you say it again.
Yeah, it's man, we see what's happening around us, and we have to understand that we're taken care of. Our Father put us here for a reason, and I just feel that we need to emphasize more about it's not us, it's not our walk, this isn't our life. We're here to serve Him. We're here to be His child, to show His light in the darkness of what's going on. And I just think it's so important to, when I found this, all of a sudden, just like Yeshua says, you take on my yoke and it's just easier. And it literally has been easier. Things just, I thought I heard Glenn one time say something like, it's just, everything's gone, like everything flows now. And rather than having hiccups and speed bumps and mountains to climb, it's more like you just accept that God has a plan. He's my Father. He's going to take care of me. And that's where the trust comes in, of knowing these things. And yeah, I spend so much time now just studying Him. I'm 45 years old, and for 40 years, I wasn't there for Him. I almost feel like I humbly need to catch up. I owe Him so much, you know. When I look back on the blessings that He's given me, I was a child of wrath at one time, and now I'm just want to serve the Most High. I just love Him for what He's done for me. It's humbling to know all these things. So
Before I get to the other people that got their hands up, I want to ask the other part of that question is, when you chose this word to study it, what were you looking for? What were you trying to find out?
I wasn't really finding out anything. I've found that out. I just want to put it out there that we need to rely on the Father in all things. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Sometimes, you know, me and my wife will talk, and she's like, worried about what happens tomorrow. I said, don't worry about what happens tomorrow. Let's worry about right now. So I just think it's important that we put our faith in the Father, period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. That's what I'm getting to.
So yeah, your bottom line is Matthew 18. Humble yourself as a child and be converted as a child.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yeah.
Awesome. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, that was excellent. I just had a quick question. As a young boy, I spent a few years growing up in Hemet. I'm just wondering, your desire for Torah, has that had anything to do with rejection of, I know there in Hemet, L. Ron Hubbard started the Scientology campus. Are you seeing a rise because of that, or are you familiar with that? Why people are wanting to seek out Torah like you are? Is it a rejection of that in that area?
I think it's a rejection of that worldwide, to be honest with you. Not so much here. Like every now and then we attend, our kids are homeschooled. So we have our kids enrolled with the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Of course, once I found the Sabbath, we ran to the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Okay. So we still keep our kids in there because they're actively able to hang out with the other children, but we indoctrinate our children here. What we talk about Christmas and when we go to the church and what things that they do. So for Christmas, Easter, we don't even go, we don't even participate in all that. And the church is wondering why. And it's awesome because I tell them straight up, like, we don't do these pagan things. We serve God, period. We're not fence riders. I'm sorry to step on your toes, but this is just my family, and a lot of people agree. They're just like, wow, well, your walk is awesome. It's so cool to see you like doing this. And I have some come up and pull me to the side and say, hey, thank you for standing up for God, you know, and doing these things. And you know, I don't know, I just find that, like, I tell my children, okay, you see all the Christmas lights down our block, you see all the Christmas lights all over the place, but it's the light that God is seeing from where he sits. He sees our light through all these other lights. And this is the most important thing that we need to do. We need to understand that our light shines brighter than the pagan lights. So, yeah, our walk has been like, I think this is year number 2 where we just ditched Christmas, ditched Easter. I've read a lot of Joe's books, but also where Joe puts in some of these inserts on where he's gotten the research. I've bought in all these books and I've read them too. I wanted triple, quadruple proof my Batman belt. You know, if Mike's around, I just believe that we have a Batman belt that we need to be able to, when we're falling, we can reach at the Batman belt and save us, you know. So it's important that we study the scriptures, that we have a great understanding, because it's literally a war out there, and it doesn't matter where you live, not necessarily where I'm at or where you guys are in Saskatchewan or wherever you are throughout the world. It's a fight throughout, no matter where you go. So when it comes down to the SDA church, there's some that are asking and questioning me, and it's great because I have Joe's charts. I bust those out and I explain to them, hey, you know, look at what happened on the first day of unleavened bread this year. You know, we had the banks going haywire, and it's like, we have Shabbat coming up tomorrow. What's going to happen? You know, it's kind of like, it's awesome to show these people that I'm watching. I'm literally watching and waiting and showing my faith through the works that we're doing here in our own home. And hopefully it will, you know, come out just like it says, to be the children of God, to show these things, because believe it or not, I just have a feeling that we might have, how many people we got? 54 today. Man, this thing may explode after people start realizing, like, what's going on. It's just, it takes things to literally, it takes bombs to be dropped before people start to realize, like, wow, what's going on. When I just feel like God has always kept me and my family like 2 steps ahead, and I'm so thankful. So just be a child of God. It doesn't matter who's around you. Like that picture, there's a group of people and you're literally the outsider, but as the outsider, you're protected. We're protected by the Most High, and man, you can't have no other better protection than that.
And that's,
Well, Ryan, as a Jesus person of the 60s, Jesus Revolution, it is wonderful to hear young people like yourself that God's raised up to fill the gap for the next generation. God bless you, dear young brother.
Thank you, Tim.
That's one of the reasons that we got this platform here. It's not for me to listen to me talk all the time. It's to help other people to learn how to talk. So this is Ryan's first teaching today. And on a scale of 1 to 10, let's give him a 1 so that he'll come back. So he'll come back next week and try and improve on it. No, he did good. But, you know, I want to encourage people to come here and teach, not talk, teach, learn to teach. Because what he just said is that there's going to be a day this thing blows up. And we're going to need a lot of people teaching. You're going to need to understand the charts. You're going to need to understand the Jubilee cycles. You may not speak like I speak, but you got to be able to explain it, why these things are happening according to that Jubilee cycle. And so that's, you know, one of the things I've been hoping to develop here is other teachers, other speakers. And as much as I want to live forever, I don't think that'll happen. It'd be nice to be the first one, but it's not going to happen. So we need more teachers. So again, thank you, Ryan, for doing this. Sombra, go ahead.
I had the pleasure of helping a young sister through a trial this week and helped lead her in prayer. And one of the things I was doing was helping her to visualize. And I said, okay, so now I need you to ask God, am I going to be one of the 5 wise virgins? And she came back and she said, no. And I said, okay, well, what do you need to do to change that? And she says, I need to study more. I said, really? Do you need to study more? Or do you actually already know what you need to do? You actually need to do it. And we need to be like children. We need to just do what we're told. We don't need to study and ask why the Sabbath and what's the deeper meaning of the Sabbath and what do all the letters mean? I mean, that it's good to know those things. I mean, that's why we all come here, right? We like to dig like that. But the truth is, we just need to do what he said to do. Like a child, and like Ryan said, I cleaned my room, Dad. Okay, but you only picked up 3 of the 15 things. Okay, so if you know that God is telling you to keep the Sabbath, or tomorrow keep Shavuot, do 3 of the 15 things for Shavuot that God is asking you to do. 3 is better than none. Just do it.
That's it. That's all Somber's going to say. Glenn, Glenn, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, that's awesome. I see your point. You're trying to point to be like little children. And little children, they're innocent. They're wide-eyed. They're full of zeal. They believe what you say. They don't have, they have innocent questions. They don't have questions that are prodding or with evil intent. They hear what you say, they believe it from your mouth, they do what you say, they're excited, they want to be involved. Those are the things that little children do. And
They're
I think that's why he says,
the loophole on how do I keep Sabbath but still be able to follow my own way. Yeah,
and they listen to the authority, and they do it again with zeal. They're happy, they want to do the right thing, and I see that's what you're trying to convey with us, be as little children, be humble, all the things that go with being a child. When we're little, we believe what people say. We don't think that there's some bad information behind it. Unfortunately, that makes them naive too and easily deceived. But we need to have that the righteous character, the right character, the humble character, that naive character. Somebody told me, the guy's 85 years old. He says, I still believe in humanity. After all these years, I says, wow, I hope I'm like that when I'm 85, talking to an old man. And he was just as kind as can be. And I was doing business with him, and he didn't see anything I was selling. He couldn't get anywhere because he's in a wheelchair. He just was listening to me, and he said, you know what? Just do it. I trust you. I says, well, let me get you an estimate. Let me get you a proposal. He says, no, I don't need that. I believe you. And that's how children are. That's how they are. Thank you, Ryan. That was awesome.
Yeah, I just think it's so important to, my children, all they want to do is please us, the parents, they, even if like what I was saying, my son comes in with 3 things picked up off the floor and it still looks like a tornado ripped through the room. He's still looking at me like he wants that praise, he's just trying to make us happy, to be proud in what he's done. And this is us. This is our walk. We want to do the right thing. We want to obey. We want to be filled by the commands and do what Jehovah wants us to do. We want to make our Father proud because, like Tim said earlier, I mean, it's not just other churches or communities. I mean, it's just the world itself is not doing what we do. And to have those little children like we are to our Most High, relying on him we just want to make him proud, and it's just so important that we continue to do that, no matter who comes about, no matter what kind of roadblocks get thrown in front of us. Just like I always think, okay, Father, there's some reason why you put me behind this slow truck today on my way home when I'm in a hurry. I didn't ask you to get me home in a hurry. I did ask you to get me home safely. So I'm just going to, relax off the gas pedal a little bit. So there's always a plan. And when I come to realize that God, my Father in heaven, has a plan, he knows every hair on my head, I'm just going to go with it. It just, like I said, you tend to let things roll off the shoulder so much more now, right down the back. It's a much easier walk. So, but yeah, it's good to just realize that this isn't my walk. I'm here for him. So thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Ryan, and thank you for that. That good teaching. That simple, straightforward, good teaching. Go ahead.
There was a word he said that he brought out. It was technotropheo, and that is one who raises up children. And for all of those of us who are technotropheo, raising up our children, we need to remember that our children are children, and they are going to learn through making mistakes, and it's okay. And we don't have to feel like we have failed because they are making mistakes. They are doing exactly what they were designed to do, and it comes out good in the end. If you put in the good seed, the good fruit comes out of it. So just keep trusting in that. And that causes us as parents to have that childlike faith as well. Just keep trusting that if I keep putting in the good seed, they will produce the good fruit.
Okay, let's move on here. We're going to start doing something because it is the 49th day. I want to read what Becca posted today. For those of you who do not know, who are wondering, are we on the right calendar? Are we doing things at the right time? The main body is keeping Shavuot a month from now. And then there's another group, that are just going to be keeping a Passover, in next week? And then Shavuot 50 days after that. So what are we supposed to be going by? What are we supposed to be determining as our beginning of the year? It's the Aviv barley. Now, the Hillel calendar people don't even use the barley. The main Karaite group, we'll call them, they broke away from their main barley observer, who says that the barley wasn't right. And they are now split. And all the things they said about us for splitting before, they're now saying about themselves. Where's the unity? This is good. This is a good problem that we have this year, because it now forces all of us to talk about the barley. Well, if we got the barley right, then the thing I keep saying is, where are the people who are going out to search for the wheat? Where are the wheat searchers? Randy, how come you didn't go back to Israel this week to search for the wheat, to follow up to prove that you're right about the barley? Okay, so Becca did do that though, and she's got wheat, mature wheat. She had it a week ago, ready for harvest. That tells me that the first fruits of the barley, when Randy was there, and now the first fruits of the wheat are the first of the first fruits. Okay, we've mentioned in the newsletter, we go back to Cain and Abel. Cain made a grain offering. He made an offering of the from off the land, but it was rejected by Jehovah. Abel made a offering, but his was an offering of a young I think a deer is what I want to say, but I'm not sure. It's first fruits of his flock. What was the difference? Why was Cain's offering rejected? It wasn't the first fruit. It was from the overall batch. It was got a big heap of grain, stick a shovel in and pull a scoop out. It was common. It was just common grain. It's not the first. It's not the first. And that's the important part. Jehovah deserves our best, our first, and the first fruit. So we have the barley now expired, reseeded before the people kept the second Passover. We're no longer saying we were early. We were right on time. Everyone else is late or 2 months late. We are now got the first fruits of the wheat, and it's there. And if we could, I'd like to read, and Randy, you got those pictures that I asked from Becca?
I just pulled up her Facebook account. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to read what she read is a Song of Songs. And she started here because there's a lot of things going on here. There's other first fruits. Song of Songs chapter. I'm going to share. I can't. You guys share a screen, Randy. So I'm sorry. Okay, now I lost my screen. Song of Songs, chapter 7, verse 8. I said, I will go up to the palm tree. I will take hold of its stalk. And please let your breasts be like clusters of the vine, and the smell of your nose like apples, and the roof of your mouth like the best wine for my beloved, that goes down smoothly for my beloved, flowing softly over the lips of sleeping ones. I am my beloved's, and his desire is toward me. Come, my beloved, let us go down into the field. Let us stay in the villages. Let us rise up early to the vineyards. Let us see if the vines flower. What vines? What vines are they talking about? The grapevines. Are they flowering? Whether the tender grapes appear and the pomegranates bud forth. There I will give you my love, my loves. The love apples give a scent. And over our doors are all pleasant fruits, new and old, which I have laid up for you, O my beloved. So Rebecca's posting these pictures. The pomegranates are starting to weigh down the trees. They're starting to get heavier. The grapes are just starting to bust out. The olives are just busting out. It's the perfect timing. We are now started into the third month. In 2 months' time, we will have the first fruits of the harvest ready grapes. So, okay, thank you, Randy. So if you're not following Rebecca on Telegram or following me on Telegram, I want to encourage you. I'm posting stuff there all the time that's not going to make it to the newsletter. And yeah, maybe you might get annoyed that there's too much stuff. Okay, great. Don't have to answer, look at everything. But, you know, you're scrolling through Facebook. What are you looking at? I'm trying to post stuff that's relevant. I'm posting stuff that's relevant. Israel just attacked a whole bunch of sites in southern Syria. At the same time, there's a major explosion of a chemical plant in Iran. This war with with Iran is going on through proxies, through Hamas, through these night attacks in Syria by unknown sources. And these, the Iranian guard are being killed in Syria, and their heads of their different departments are being assassinated. This war has already taken place. We expect that abomination to be set up this fall. And it says when you see that set up, then things start to heat up fast. You don't even got time to get your coat out. But the lead up to that is what we're looking at. The lead up to that is what we're watching. So I want to encourage you to follow us on Telegram and start letting other people know what's going on. Word of mouth. Chris, go ahead.
Hi, Joe, and everybody else. Shabbat Shalom. I was wondering, in the sabbatical year we are right now in, we're not supposed to gather in any barley or wheat. How do you, or how is it to be interpreted that we have to bring 2 loaves tomorrow to Jehovah? Because we're not supposed, to gather in any wheat.
Good question. Good question. Okay,
Well,
let me see.
I don't have the answer.
Well, I do.
Okay, thanks.
Samba, you see my screen? Yeah, okay. So this question's come up quite a bit. How do you do this in a sabbatical year? Let's go to, I'm going to go to Joshua chapter 5, and we're going to start in verse 10. And the sons of Israel, they camped in Gilgal. Now, when did they cross the Jordan? They crossed the Jordan just before Passover.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
I'm not sure what day, maybe the 10th day, I'm not sure. And they set up Gilgal. Now, when we go to Israel, I take people to Gilgal. I show them this site where this is actually taking place. And so what did they just come through? What year was it that they just celebrated?
They just celebrated the Shemitah year to come into the Jubilee year.
Exactly. So they just went through the 49th year on the Jordanian side of the Jordan River.
Okay.
They have not planted or harvested for that entire year. It's a 49th year, just the same.
For the last 40 years, Joe.
They have planted. There's stuff that you can plant and harvest while they're traveling. They
No,
they
because
stayed
they
in
got
one place
manna.
for 38 years. Yes, they were given manna, but they were also in one place. So you have time to plant and harvest, right? People assume that it's a desert over in Israel. That is not. It is not a desert. It is beautiful green there right now. Everything has been growing over the winter. Even down in Saudi Arabia, it's green. So Joshua 5 verse 10 is now taking place after the 49th year. And the sons of Israel camped in Gilgal and kept the Passover on the 14th day of the month at evening in the plains of Jericho. So it's Passover now. They kept Passover. It's now starting into the 15th. And they ate of the old grain of the land on the next day after the Passover. Right here, huge flag should be going off in your head. How can they eat when they haven't done the wave offering? It doesn't tell you. It assumes that you are smart enough to know that. The wave offering is done on the Sunday, the morrow after the Sabbath. The holy day, the 15th, began that Saturday night. Sunday morning, also the 15th, was Wave Sheaf Day, and they did the wave offering. And in the afternoon, they began to eat of the old grain of the land. When we go to Torah calendar and we check this out, you can find the actual year, and that year shows you that the 15th is on the that Sunday. Philemon, go ahead.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
Shabbat Shalom, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment and say that thanks. Today I brought some few children with me, and I was asking for those who are deliberating that they use simple English that the children may understand. And for the time being, before they get tired, you don't go very fast. Thank you.
I don't know if that's going to happen, but we will see. So They just have to they just have to listen quickly. That's all.
Yes.
So here in going back to Chris's question, they ate of the old produce of the land. It's now started into the Jubilee year. What are they eating? The stuff that the Canaanites had grown in the 49th year, the stuff that the Canaanites had harvested in the 49th year.
Did not harvest.
Pardon me?
What they did not harvest because it was still there.
The Canaanites were harvesting throughout the year in the Jubilee year.
Yeah.
And when Joshua came and attacked them, he took their provisions and he ate it.
Okay.
Okay.
But we are now living not in the Jubilee year. We're living in the Shemitah year.
We're living in the Shemitah year. So you asked me, so what about the wheat? When Joshua did this sacrifice here at Gilgal, the 49th year was over, and the 50th year was now, because he comes into the Jordan, across the Jordan in the 50th year.
Yeah.
He took the barley and waved it. He took the first fruits of the barley and waved it, which means he harvested the barley from the land. Because you can't take old stored barley to wave it. You have to take the first fruits.
Right.
So that same year, he would have also taken the first fruits of the wheat and offered it. You're not to harvest, but you can go through the fields and you can glean it with your hands. You can take what you need for that day. But before you can do that, you still got to make the wave offering.
Okay. I believe in that situation. So now we're in 2023.
Yep.
Becca has showed us that the wheat is ready to be harvested. How do we, in this year, perform this wave offering on Shavuot?
You go out. So right now it's the Sabbath. You can either go out and cut the wheat after Sabbath today, which means you would cut a bushel or whatever you need to make up 2 loaves of bread. You go and cut that, and you bake it, and you knead it, and you add the frankincense.
Okay, but it has to be wild wheat.
Yeah, it has to be the first fruits of the land.
Yeah, but nowadays we do that industrially. Yeah, so we make big fields of wheat, but we can't use that.
No, because so in a sabbatical year, that wheat field belongs to everybody. Anybody can go in there and harvest as much as they need. You can take what you need for that day or for that week, but you cannot take it and harvest the whole field for yourself and store it.
Okay, so the normal modern wheat fields that we find nowadays, we can get a bushel out of it and then make the 2 loaves.
But Chris, you're only doing it symbolically today because A, there's no temple, and B, you don't live in the promised land. So today, what you're doing is you are symbolically making your 2 loaves from whatever wheat you have, because we don't have the opportunity to go out to get the first fruits in Israel. Becca does, she lives there. Hallelujah.
So if the whole world was to be doing this right now in 2023, then we would send Becca out to get enough wheat down there somewhere, and she would make it into the 2 loaves, and then she would take it to the temple and wave it. Okay, if Becca was the priest, or if
on our behalf.
On our behalf,
right?
But we don't have a temple. We don't have an active priesthood. So what we are doing is symbolic, like Somber said, and we're going through the ritual and the practice, getting ready for when the kingdom does take place.
Okay, so if we would bake 2 loaves from the wheat of last year,
yep,
that would not suffice for Jehovah, because it is all wheat.
Not if you're giving it to Jehovah, but if you and your wife are going to be eating it there in where you are, then yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Right?
You're doing a commemoration.
It's commemoration.
You're not actually doing an offering.
Okay.
Or rather, it's a rehearsal. We're practicing for what we will do in 2033.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking also. It is a rehearsal. I'm trying to, I never baked any bread before, but I'm trying to do that now.
You need practice.
So I made 2 loaves for tomorrow morning.
Good. I want to hear if you ate them.
Yeah, I do. I will. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Nancy. We will. Both of us. Yeah.
Okay,
thank you.
I'm sorry. I wanted to
say, and then after Nancy, we're going to start in with the today's teacher.
I wanted to say that most of you know, I have been when my brother said, I'm taking your training wheels off. He was like, well, why Church of God like you, Joseph? When he said, I'm taking your training wheels off and you're going to have to figure out when you're going to celebrate these feasts on your own. And he handed me videos from different people and so on. And Becca walked into my life. So I've been with Becca, watching her walk in the land since around 2014. And I want to say it was in 2016, I knew that Becca had been wanting to find the emmer wheat. That's the one with the black, the little fronds or whatever that come out of the wheat. And she discovered a field with the emmer wheat in 2016. So I've actually watched where Father has like given her those drinks of milk and going into the meat of all of this. And we're all slowly learning these processes for this purpose, like this rehearsal. And we change and have to be humble enough to change when we learn something different. And like the emmer wheat. Now, the first time last year, I ordered emmer wheat seeds. I couldn't plant them because I knew like this year was Shemitah, so I couldn't really go out and harvest something. So I want to make more and more and more. But at one point, it would have been impossible to almost get those emmer wheat seeds. So understanding all these things, those were the ancient grains. The wheat that's grown in America today, most of it is genetically modified. And the wheat that we used to eat from breads was as tall as us in some places. But it's now made to literally make you crave more and more and more. It's designed that way. So what we would get even here from any country right now that might be genetically modified would never be a suitable first fruit. So yeah. I know we have to realize that these little teachings, these little things that he's showing us, little grains, or like I said, little sips of milk. That's why I think the teaching today that he mentioned, we have to become like little children, is so important, because we can't walk around going, I got it all. I understand it all. I don't need to learn anymore. I got this all figured out. So, it's just such a wonderful process to watch. And that's all I wanted to say. I just found the video like day before yesterday of that, because I was wondering what year was it that she found the emmer, and now she grows it in her own yard. So she's able to, go out to that field, plus see what it does at home as well. And that's about a year or two later came the 7 species, which has taught us a lot as well. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. And just one more quick announcement. I know this year's going to be kind of crazy for me. We have now gotten half the results back for our tour of Israel. We're going to be starting in Turkey at Noah's Ark. We will then fly to Israel for a week. Then we'll go to Egypt, and we will spend 2 days at Nuweiba Beach. And then we cross back over to Sinai through Israel and Jordan. And from Sinai, we come back to Jordan and then back into Israel. And after that, Randy and I will be looking for the Abomination to be set up in Israel. So that's about a 4-week tour that we have planned. And I'm still waiting on prices for the Israel parts. But if you're interested, drop me a note and we'll soon put up a link for that. And just so you know. Okay, Randy, do we have readers for today? Randy's gone and left the building.
I'm here. We do. You need a Torah portion reading or something else?
No, we're going to do the Exodus reading. So today is the day 49. And when we were here when we were at Passover, we read up to them crossing the Red Sea. So today we're going to read from that Red Sea crossing, starting in chapter 15 and starting in verse 20. And we're going to read from there. So we're going to need some readers to volunteer pretty quick if Randy hasn't already got you.
We can just use the Torah people if we need to.
Okay, then let's do that. And we're going to start at Exodus 15, verse 20.
Do we want to bless the readers first?
Yes, we do.
All right. Rose will do that for us today.
Thank you, sir.
I don't think I have that prayer handy, you guys. Hold on. I apologize.
Let me tell you the names too real quick. We have Shauna, Ryan, Randy, Jimmy.
Philemon.
Out, yeah, buddy. Sombra and Shane. That'll be our readers.
So Shauna, Ryan, Randy,
Jimmy, Sombra, Shane. So far.
Philemon.
I'm sorry. I thought I had this up and I don't. So give me just a moment.
You want me to do it, Rose, or you want to keep looking?
Give me just one more minute. I got it. Okay. He who blessed our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, may he bless Shauna, Ryan, Randy, Jimmy, Sombra, Shane. For they have come up to raise the Torah. As a reward for this, may the Holy One, blessed is he, protect them and rescue them from every trouble and distress, from every plague and illness. And may he send blessing and success in their every endeavor together with all Israel, their brethren. Now let us respond, Amen.
Is there an extra reading? Because Philemon would like to read.
We're going to be doing the Torah portions as well. So if we have time. So yes.
You can have mine if you'd like.
There you go.
So, well, we can give Philemon the first one here, and you can start in Exodus 15, verse 20.
What Shauna's rule is okay with. So yes, please. Then we'll go with Shauna after Philemon.
Okay, thank you. I am really messing everything up for everyone today, keeping everybody on their toes. What's Joe going to do next? Oh, no. Okay, sorry. Philemon, do you want to start Exodus 15, verse 20?
Yes. And I go, and Miriam answered them, sing you, look your Bibles. And Miriam answered them, sing ye to the Lord, for he hath triumphed gloriously, the horse and his rider hath thrown into the sea. So Moses brought Israel from the sea, and they went out in the wilderness of Shur, and went 3 days into the wilderness of no water. When they came to Marah, they could not drink of waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore, the name of it was called Marah. And the people murmured against, you write down Marah, and the people Yes. When they came to Mara, they could not drink of the water of Mara, for they were bitter. Therefore, the name of it was called Mara. And the people murmured against Moses, saying, what shall we drink? 25. And he cried unto the Lord, and the Lord shewed him a tree, which when he had cast into the waters were made sweet. There he made for them statutes and an ordinance, and there he proved them, and said, if thou wilt diligently hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, and thou wilt do which is right in his sight, and wilt give ear to his commandments, and keep all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon thee, which I have brought upon the Egyptians, for I am the Lord that healeth thee. And they came to Elim, where were the 12 wells of water, and their score, and then palm trees, and they encamped there by the waters.
Thank you, Philemon. So we started this 50-day count right here. Well, actually a little bit earlier, but with the crossing of the Red Sea 7 days before. So now we're going to go through the 50-day counting up until Shavuot. Shauna, do you want to take on chapter 16, please?
Yes, sir. Then they set out from Elim, and all the congregation of the sons of Israel came to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after their departure from the land of Egypt. And the whole congregation of the sons of Israel grumbled against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. And the sons of Israel said to them, would that we had died by the Lord's hand in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the pots of meat, when we ate bread to the full. For you have brought us out into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger. Then the Lord said to Moses, behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you, and the people shall go out and gather a day's portion every day, that I may test them, whether or not they will walk in my instruction.
And just, excuse me, Shauna, just so you know, these are pictures that Randy and I took of, or Randy took of our trip to Sinai last year. This is the 70 wells of Elim. Okay, and Randy's going to be posting pictures as the readers read, so you can watch and listen at the same time. Okay, carry on, Shauna.
And it will come about on the 6th day, when they prepare what they bring in, it will be twice as much as they gather daily. So Moses and Aaron said to all the sons of Israel, at evening you will know that the Lord has brought you out of the land of Egypt. And in the morning you will see the glory of the Lord, for he hears your grumblings against the Lord. And what are we that you should grumble against us? And Moses said, this will happen when the Lord gives you meat to eat in the evening and bread to the full in the morning. For the Lord hears your grumblings, which you grumble against him. And what are we? Your grumblings are not against us, but against the Lord. Then Moses said to Aaron, say to all the congregation of the sons of Israel, come near before the Lord, for he has heard your grumblings. And it came about as Aaron spoke to the whole congregation of the sons of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, I have heard the grumblings of the sons of Israel. Speak to them, saying, at twilight you shall eat meat, and in the morning you shall be filled with bread, and you shall know that I am the Lord your God. So it came about at evening that the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning there was a layer of dew around the camp. When the layer of dew evaporated, behold, on the surface of the wilderness there was a fine flake-like thing, fine as the frost on the ground. When the sons of Israel saw it, they said to one another, "What is it?" For they did not know what it was. And Moses said to them, "It is the bread which the Lord has given you to eat. This is what the Lord has commanded. Gather of it every man as much as he should eat. You shall take an omer apiece, according to the number of persons each of you has in his tent." And the sons of Israel did so, and some gathered much, and some little. When they had measured it with an omer, he who had gathered much had no excess, and he who had gathered little had no lack. Every man gathered as much as he should eat. And Moses said to them, "Let no man leave any of it until morning." But they did not listen to Moses, and some left part of it until morning, and it bred worms and became foul. And Moses was angry with them. And they gathered it morning by morning, every man as much as he should eat. But when the sun grew hot, it would melt. Now it came about on the 6th day, they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for each one. When all the leaders of the congregation came and told Moses, then he said to them, "This is what the Lord meant. Tomorrow is a Sabbath observance, a holy Sabbath to the Lord. Bake what you will bake, and boil what you will boil, and all that is left over put aside to be kept until morning." So they put it aside until morning as Moses had ordered, and it did not become foul, nor was there any worm in it. And Moses said, "Eat it today, for today is a Sabbath to the Lord. Today you will not find it in the field. 6 days you shall gather it, but on the 7th day, the Sabbath, there will be none." And it came about on the 7th day that some of the people went out to gather, but they found none. Then the Lord said to Moses, "How long do you refuse to keep my commandments and my instructions? See, the Lord has given you the Sabbath. Therefore he gives you bread for 2 days on the 6th day. Remain every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day." So the people rested on the 7th day, and the house of Israel named it manna, and it was like coriander seed, white, and its taste was like wafers with honey. Then Moses said, "This is what the Lord has commanded. Let an omerful of it be kept throughout your generations, that they may see the bread that I fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you out of the land of Egypt." And Moses said to Aaron, "Take a jar and put an omerful of manna in it, and place it before the Lord to be kept throughout your generations." As the Lord commanded Moses, so Aaron placed it before the testimony to be kept. And the sons of Israel ate the manna 40 years, until they came to an inhabited land. They ate the manna until they came to the border of the land of Canaan. Now an omer is 1/10 of an ephah.
Thank you. Okay, we'll just keep on going here. Who's our next reader?
Ryan.
Ryan. Chapter 17.
Is that Exodus chapter 17?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, Exodus chapter 17. The whole community of the people of Israel left the Sin desert, traveling in stages, as Jehovah had ordered, and camped at Rephidim. But there was no water to drink. But Moshe replied, "Why pick a fight with me? Why are you testing Jehovah?" However, the people were thirsty for water there and grumbled against Moshe. "For what did you bring us up from Egypt? To kill us, our children, and our livestock with thirst?" Moshe cried out to Jehovah, "What am I to do with these people? They're ready to stone me." Jehovah answered Moshe, "Go on ahead of the people and bring with you the leaders of Israel. Take your staff in your hand, the one you used to strike the river, and go. I will stand in front of you there on the rock in Horeb. You are to strike the rock, and the water will come out of it, so the people can drink." Moshe did this in the sight of the leaders of Israel. The place was named Massah, testing, and Mivrah, or Meribah, quarreling, because of the quarreling of the people of Israel, and because they tested Jehovah by asking, "Is Jehovah with us or not?" Then Amalek came and fought with Israel at Rephidim. Moshe said to Yehoshua, which is Joshua, "Choose men for us, go out and fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on top of the hill with God's staff in my hand." Yehoshua did as Moshe had told him and fought with Amalek. Then Moshe, Aaron, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. When Moshe raised his hand, Israel prevailed, but when he let it down, Amalek prevailed. However, Moshe's hands grew heavy, so they took a stone and put it under him, and he sat on it. Aaron and Hur held up his hands, or the one on the one side and the other on the other, so that his hands stayed steady until sunset. Thus Yehoshua defeated Amalek, putting their people to the sword. Jehovah said to Moshe, "Write this in a book to be remembered, and tell it to Yehoshua. I will completely blot out any memory of Amalek from under heaven." Moshe built an altar, called it Jehovah Nissi, which means Jehovah is my banner / miracle, and said, "Because their hand was against the throne of Yah, Jehovah will fight Amalek generation after generation."
Thank you, Ryan.
You're welcome.
Chapter 18.
And Jethro, the priest of Midian, Moses' father-in-law, heard all that Elohim had done for Moses and for Israel, his people, that Jehovah had brought Israel out of Egypt. And Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took Zipporah, the wife of Moses, after he had sent her back, and her 2 sons, of whom the name of one was Gershom, for he said, "I have been a sojourner in a foreign land." And the name of the other was Eleazar, for he said, "The Elohim of my father was my help and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh." Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, came with his sons and his wife to Moses in the wilderness, where he camped at the mountain of Elohim. And he had said to Moses, "I, your father-in-law Jethro, am coming to you with your wife and her 2 sons with her." And Moses went out to meet his father-in-law and bowed down and kissed him. And they asked each other about their welfare. And they went into the tent, and Moses took his father-in-law all that Jehovah told his father-in-law, all that Jehovah had done to Pharaoh and to the Egyptians for Israel's sake, all the hardship that had come upon them on the way, and how Jehovah had delivered them. And Jethro rejoiced for all the good which Jehovah had done for Israel, whom he had delivered out of the hand of the Egyptians. And Jethro said, "Blessed be Jehovah, who has delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians and out of the hand of Pharaoh. and who has delivered the people from under the hand of the Egyptians, sorry. Now I know that Jehovah is greater than all the mighty ones. Indeed, in this matter in which they acted proudly above them. Then Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses, brought an ascending offering and other slaughterings unto Elohim. And Aaron came with the elders of Israel to eat bread with the father-in-law of Moses before Elohim. And it came to be on the next day that Moses sat to rightly rule the people. And the people stood before Moses from morning until evening. And when the father-in-law of Moses saw all that he did for the people, he said, "What is this that you are doing for the people? Why do you sit by yourself and all the people stand before you from morning until evening?" And Moses said to his father-in-law, "Because the people come to me to seek Elohim. When they have a matter, they come to me, and I rightly rule between one and another, and make known the laws of Elohim and his Torah." And the father-in-law of Moses said to him, "What you are doing is not good. Both you and these people with you shall certainly wear yourselves out, for the matter is too heavy for you. You are not able to do it by yourself. Now listen to my voice. Let me counsel you, and Elohim be with you. Stand before Elohim for the people, and you shall bring the matters to Elohim. And you shall enlighten them concerning the laws and the Torah, and show them the way in which they should walk and the work which they do. But you yourself seek out from all the people able men who fear Elohim, men of truth, hating unfair gain, and place these over them to be rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, and rulers of 10s. And they shall rightly rule the people at all times. And it shall be that they bring every great matter to you, but they themselves rightly rule every small matter. So make it lighter for yourself, for they shall bear with you. If you do this word, and Elohim shall command you, then you shall be able to stand, and all this people also go to their place in peace." And Moses listened to the voice of his father-in-law and did all that he said. And Moses chose able men out of all Israel and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, and rulers of 10s. And they rightly ruled the people at all times. The hard matters they brought to Moses, but they rightly ruled every small matter themselves. And Moses sent off his father-in-law, and he went away to his own land.
So the pictures that Randy was showing there as he was speaking are of Elbad. It's the land of Midian, where Jethro's father is, and it's a well-established fact for the people that live there. And I want to point out to you that the judges that are being created here are being done so before the Ten Commandments are given. So Moses is already teaching them the law before the law is given at Mount Sinai. Okay, chapter 19. Who's that?
That'll be Jimmy, please. Or Somber's next.
Exodus 19. In the third month after the children of Israel had gone out of the land of Egypt, on that same day they came into the wilderness of Sinai. When they had departed from Rephidim and had come to the wilderness of Sinai, they encamped in the wilderness, and Israel encamped before the mountain. Moses went up to God, and Yahweh called to him out of the mountain, saying, "This is what you shall tell the house of Jacob and the children of Israel. You have seen what I did to the Egyptians, and how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now therefore, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, then you shall be my possession from among all peoples, for all the earth is mine. Home of all things. And you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words which you shall speak to the children of Israel. Moses came and called for the elders of the people and set before them all these words which Yahweh commanded him. All the people answered together and said, all that Yahweh had spoken, we will do. Moses reported the words back to Yahweh. Yahweh said to Moses, behold, I come to you in a thick cloud, and the people may hear when I speak with you, and may also believe you forever. Moses told the words of the people to Yahweh. Yahweh said to Moses, go to the people and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their garments. And be ready against the third day, for on the third day Yahweh will come down in the sight of all the people on Mount Sinai. And you shall set bounds of the people all around, saying, be careful that you do not go up onto the mountain or touch its border. Whoever touches the mountain shall be surely put to death. No hand shall touch him, but he shall surely be stoned or shot through. Whether it is like an animal or man, he shall not lie, or live, I should say. When the trumpet sounds long, they shall come up to the mountain. Wow. Moses went down from the mountain to the people and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. He said to the people, be ready by the third day. Don't have sexual relations with a woman. On the third day, when it was not morning, there were thunders and lightnings and a thick cloud on the mountain, and the sound of an exceedingly loud trumpet. And all the people were in the camp trembled. Moses led the people out of the camp to meet God, and they stood at the lower part of the mountain. Mount Sinai, all its smoke, because Yahweh descended on it in fire, and its smoke ascended like the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mountain quaked greatly. When the sound of the mountain or the trumpet grew louder and louder, Moses spoke, and God answered him by a voice. Yahweh came down on Mount Sinai to the top of the mountain. Yahweh called Moses to the top of the mountain, and Moses went up. Yahweh said to Moses, go down, warn the people, lest they break through to Yahweh to gaze, and many of them perish. Let the priests also who came to Yahweh sanctify themselves, lest Yahweh break out on them. Moses said to Yahweh, the people can't come up to Mount Sinai, for you warned us, saying, set bounds around the mountain and sanctify it. Yahweh said to him, go down. You shall bring Aaron up with you, but don't let the priests and the people break through to come up to Yahweh, lest he break out against them. So Moses went down to the people and told them.
Jimmy, so Moses didn't want to have to make that trip back down. And I know how painful that trip is. So he's gone up and he's coming down.
Right.
Okay, so this, what you have just read, okay, so I want to point out, there were loud trumpets, verse 13. There were loud trumpets, verse 16. There were trumpets, verse 19, and exceedingly getting louder. Shavuot is not the Feast of Trumpets. And what's taking place here right now is today. Moses went up this morning. He's gone back down. Now he's gone back up. And here comes what Sombra is about to read is the proposal. We haven't yet accepted this yet. It's a proposal.
Is this the proposal? Because the people have already said everything that you have said we will do.
Yeah, but they haven't received the
received it yet.
The formal document. This is now going to be the formal document.
Okay, so then I would say that was the proposal and this is the betrothal.
Okay. We're splitting hairs.
Well, but there has to be a verbal agreement and then a written agreement, and that's the whole purpose, right?
Yes, and you're about to read that agreement.
We're about to read the written proposal, the written agreement. Yahweh spoke all these words, saying, I, Jehovah, am your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods besides me. You shall not make for yourselves a sculptured image, or any likeness of what is in the heavens above, or on the earth below, or in the waters under the sea. You shall not bow down to them to serve them. For I, Jehovah, your Elohim, am an impassioned God, visiting the guilt of the parents upon the children, upon the third and upon the fourth generations of those who reject me, but showing kindness to the thousands of generations of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not swear falsely by the name of Jehovah your Elohim, for Jehovah will not clear one who swears falsely by his name. Remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is a Shabbat to Jehovah your Elohim. You shall not do any work, you, your son or your daughter, your male or your female slave, your cattle, or the stranger who is within your settlements. For in 6 days Jehovah made heaven and earth and sea and all that is in them, and he rested on the seventh day. Therefore Jehovah blessed the Sabbath day, and he hallowed it. Honor your father and your mother, that you may long endure on the land that Jehovah your Elohim is assigning to you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his male or female slave, or his ox, or his ass, or anything that is your neighbor's. All the people witnessed the thunder and the lightning, the blare of the horn and the mountain smoking, and when the people saw it, they fell back and stood at a distance. You speak to us, they said to Moses, and we will obey. But let not God speak to us, lest we die. Moses answered the people, Be not afraid, for God has come only in order to test you, and in order that the fear of him may be ever with you, so that you do not go astray. So the people remained at a distance while Moses approached the thick cloud where God was. Jehovah said to Moses, Thus you shall say to the Israelites, You yourselves saw that I spoke to you from the very heavens. With me, therefore, you shall not make any gods of silver, nor shall you make for yourselves any gods of gold. Make for me an altar of earth, and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and your sacrifices of well-being, your sheep and your oxen. In every place where I cause my name to be mentioned, I will come to you and bless you. And if you make for me an altar of stones, do not build it of hewn stones, for by wielding your tool upon them, you have profaned them. Do not ascend my altar by steps, that your nakedness may be exposed upon it.
Okay. Chapter 21.
That'd be Shane, please. And then we go back to the top of the readers, please.
All right, Exodus 21. And these are the judgments which you shall set before them. If you buy a Hebrew servant, he shall serve 6 years, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he was married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master has given him a wife, and she has borne him sons and daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my sons, I do not want to go out free, his master shall bring him to the judges. He shall also bring him to the door or to the doorpost, and his master shall bore his ear through the wall, or through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. And if a man sells his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the men servants do. If she does not please her master, who has betrothed her to himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no power to sell her to a strange nation, since he has dealt deceitfully with her. And if he has betrothed her to his son, he shall deal with her as with daughters. If he takes himself another wife, her food, her clothing, and her duty of marriage shall not be lessened. And if he does not do these three to her, then she shall go out free without money. He that strikes a man so that he dies shall be surely put to death. And if a man does not lie in wait, but God delivers him into his hand, then I will appoint you a place where he shall flee. But if a man comes presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, you shall take him from my altar, so that he may die. And he that strikes his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And he that steals a man and sells him, or if he is found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. And he that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And if men strive together, and one strikes another with a stone or with his fist, or he does not die, but keeps his bed, if he rises again and walks abroad upon his staff, then he that struck him shall be set free. Only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be completely healed. And if a man strikes his servant or his maidservant with a rod, and he dies under his hand, he shall surely be punished. But if he continues a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. If men strive and strike a pregnant woman, so that her child comes out, and there is no injury, he shall surely be punished, according as the woman's husband will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judges say. And if any injury occurs, then you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. And if a man strike the eye of his servant, or the eye of his maid, so that it perishes, he shall let him go free on account of his eye. And if he strikes out his manservant's tooth, or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free on account of his tooth. If an ox gores a man or a woman so that they die, then the ox shall surely be stoned, and his flesh shall be eaten. But the owner of the ox shall be set free. But if the ox was apt to gore in time past, and his owner has been told, and he has not kept him in, but that he has killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and his owner shall be put to death. If there is laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for a ransom of his life whatever is laid upon him. whether he has gored a son or gored a daughter, according to this judgment, it shall be done to him. If the ox shall gore a manservant or a maidservant, he shall give to their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit, or not cover it, and an ox or an ass falls in it, the owner of the pit shall make it good and give silver to its owner, and the dead shall be his. And in the event of the ox of a man damages the ox of a neighbor, so that it dies, then shall they sell the living ox, and they shall divide the money of it, and they shall also divide the dead ox. Or if it's known that the ox has been apt to gore in time past, his owner has not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own.
Thank you, Shane. Are we going to start over now? Is that the idea, Randy? Or
Yohanan said he'll read 22.
okay. Yohanan, you can start 22.
When a man steals an ox or a sheep and shall slaughter it or sell it, he repays 5 cattle for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep. If the thief is found breaking in and he is struck so that he dies, there is no guilt for his bloodshed. If the sun has risen on him, there is guilt for his bloodshed. He shall certainly repay. If he has not the means, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the theft is indeed found alive in his hand, whether it is an ox or donkey or sheep, he repays double. When a man lets a field or vineyard be grazed bare and lets loose his livestock, and it feeds in another man's field, he repays from the best of his own field and the best of his own vineyard. When fire breaks out and spreads to thorn bushes, so that stacked grain or standing grain or the field is consumed, he who kindled the fire shall certainly repay. When a man gives silver or goods to his neighbor to God, and it is stolen out of the man's house, he repays double. If the thief is not found, then the master of the house shall be brought before Elohim to see whether he has put his hand into his neighbor's goods. For every matter of transgression, for ox, for donkey, for sheep, for garment, or whatever is lost, which another claims to be his, let the matter of them both come before Elohim, and whomever Elohim declares wrong repays double to his neighbor. When a man gives to his neighbor a donkey or ox or sheep or any beast to watch over, and it dies or is injured or is driven away whilst no one is looking, let an oath of Jehovah be between them both, that he has not put his hand into his neighbor's goods, and the owner of it shall accept that, and he does not repay. But if it is indeed stolen from him, he repays to the owner. If it is torn to pieces, let them bring it for evidence. He does not repay what was torn. When a man borrows from his neighbor, and it is injured or dies while the owner of it is not present, he shall certainly repay. But if the owner was with it, he does not repay. If it was hired, he is entitled to the hire. And when a man entices a maiden who is not engaged and lies with her, he shall certainly pay the bride price for her to be his wife. If her father absolutely refuses to give her to him, he repays according to the bride price of the maidens. Do not allow a practicer of witchcraft to live. Anyone lying with a beast shall certainly be put to death. He who slaughters to an Elohim except to Jehovah only is put under the ban. Do not tread down a sojourner or oppress him, for you were sojourners in the land of Mitzrayim. Do not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If you do afflict them at all, if they cry out to me at all, I shall certainly hear their cry, and my wrath shall burn, and I shall kill you with the sword. Your wives shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If you do lend silver to any of my people, the poor among you, you are not to be like one that lends on interest to him. Do not lay interest on him. If you take your neighbor's garment as a pledge at all, you are to return it to him before the sun goes down, for that is his only covering. It is his garment for his skin. What does he sleep in? And it shall be that when he cries to me, I shall hear, for I show favor. Do not revile an Elohim, nor curse a ruler of your people. Do not delay giving your harvest and your vintage. Give me the firstborn of your sons. Likewise, you are to do with your oxen, with your sheep. It is to be with its mother 7 days. On the 8th day, you give it to me. And you are set apart men to me. And you do not eat any meat which is torn to pieces in the field. You throw it to the dogs.
Thank you, Johanan. And we are still on day 49. And we are still, everyone just reads the 10 Commandments, but there's other things here that are part of it. And I'll go ahead and I'll read. Do we have another reader, or?
We're just going back in the order if you want to go that route.
Well, I'll read chapter 23 then.
Thank you, brother.
Okay.
You shall not circulate a false report. And do not put your hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. You shall not follow a crowd to do evil, nor shall you testify in a dispute, so as to turn aside after many to pervert justice. You shall not show partiality to a poor man in his dispute. If you meet your enemy's ox or his donkey going astray, you shall surely bring it back to him again. If you see the donkey of one who hates you lying under its burden, and you would refrain from helping it, you shall surely help him with it. You shall not pervert the judgment of your poor in this dispute. Keep yourself far from a false matter. Do not kill the innocent and righteous, for I will not justify the wicked. And you shall take no bribe, for a bribe blinds the discerning and perverts the words of the righteous. Also, you shall not oppress a stranger, for you know the heart of a stranger, because you were strangers in the land of Egypt. 6 years you shall sow your land and gather in its produce. But in the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie fallow, that the poor of your people may eat, and what they leave the beasts of the field may eat. In like manner you shall do with your vineyard and your olive grove. 6 days you shall do your work, and on the 7th day you shall rest, that your ox and your donkey may rest, and the sons of your female servants, and the son of your female servant and the stranger may be refreshed. And in all that I have said to you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the names of other gods, nor let it be heard from your mouth. 3 times you shall keep a feast to me in the year. You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread. You shall eat unleavened bread 7 days, as I commanded you at the time appointed in the month of Abib. For in it you came out of Egypt. None shall appear before me empty. And the feast of harvest, the first fruits of your labors, which you have sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering at the end of the year, when you have gathered in the fruit of your labors from the field. 3 times in the year shall all your males appear before the Lord God. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, nor shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until morning. The first of the firstfruits of your land you shall bring into the house of the Lord your God. You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before you to keep you in the way and to bring you to the place where I have prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice. Do not provoke him, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. But if you indeed obey the voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy to your enemies and an adversary to your adversaries. For my angel will go before you and bring you bring you into the Ammonites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. You shall not bow down to their gods, nor serve them, nor do according to their works, but you shall utterly overthrow them and completely break down their sacred pillars. You shall serve the Lord your God, and he will bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of you. No one shall suffer miscarriage or be barren in your land. I will fulfill the number of your days. I will send my fear before you. I will cause confusion among all the people who come to whom you come, and will make all your enemies turn their backs to you. And I will send hornets before you, which will drive out the Hivites, the Canaanite, the Hittite from before you. I will not drive them out from before you in 1 year, lest the land become desolate and the beasts of the field become too numerous for you. Little by little I will drive them out from before you until you have increased and you inherit the land. And I will set your bounds from the Red Sea to the sea Philistia, and from the desert to the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hand, and you shall drive them out before you. You shall make no covenant with them, nor with their gods. They shall not dwell in your land, lest they make you sin against me. For if you serve their gods, it will surely be a snare to you. Now he said to Moses, come up to the Lord. This is chapter 24. Come up to the Lord, you and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship from afar. And Moses alone shall come near the Lord, but they shall not come near, nor shall the people go up with him. So Moses came and told the people all the words of the Lord and all the judgments. And all the people answered with one voice and said, all the words which Jehovah has said, we shall do. And Moses wrote all the words of the Lord, and he rose early in the morning and built an altar. And we're going to stop there. All that the Lord has said, we will do. That is the agreement to the betrothal. That's the agreement to the whatever Somber said before that I said. That is the agreement that we made with Jehovah today on the 49th day. That's the importance of this day. We agreed to obey, but we have not. And that's why all these other things are happening to us now. And yet what's coming is far worse than what you've already seen. So we're going to stop here. We're going to pick this up tomorrow on Shavuot. We're going to continue reading what happens on Shavuot and the rest of it then. But today, because I figured we'd have a little bit of time, we have some new sections in the Torah to read and the Torah portion. And we're going to read them next. But if anyone's got any questions or any comments about the 49th day and the events that took place leading up to this day, we can do that now. Sandra.
I'm actually kind of glad you persisted, because what we normally do is, like children, we do this. We make a chuppah and we stand under the chuppah, which is the picture of the cloud on the mountain. And we, in the past, have just read Exodus 20, the 10 Commandments. And then at the culmination of reading that, we say, yes, everything that you have said we will do. But what you've just shown me is it's actually longer than that. The covenant is actually longer than just Exodus 20.
Did you notice that in the covenant, and it just happens to be the part that I read, was a section about keeping the land rest years? And interesting. If you just read the 10 Commandments, you would not think they were there.
Well, except for where it says keep my Sabbaths, but yes.
Well, most people don't know that the sabbatical year is part of that Sabbath command, and it's included in there. So yeah.
Right.
So yeah, we you know, I tend to go to the extreme, and you know, like Ryan, go into every word about child to get to the bottom of it. That's what we do. And if you don't do it, you miss stuff. I used to believe that the 10 Commandments was read on Shavuot, tomorrow. And I missed a lot because I just assumed. But it takes time. It takes repetition, year after year, going through it, reading it, and seeing, oh, I never saw that before.
But that's why you start by picking up the 3 things in the room. Because you start, it's better to pick up the 3 things in the room and learn something as you go, so that eventually you get to the point where you can see all 15 things in the room that need to be picked up. But if you don't even start, exactly. And that's okay that it took us 15 years to get there.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's, you know, that's the beauty of this. We are never stop learning. You know, people say, well, Joe, you said this, you know, 15 years ago. Yeah, I did say that 15 years ago. I also could only say gaga when I first started to walk. You know, like we grow, we learn, our positions mature. And it's one of the words that Ryan brought out today, a mature child or a young adult. So we continue to evolve, we continue to grow. And that's what I'm hoping that is developing here as well. Any other comments about what we've done so far?
Just to note too, Joe, that the stubbornness of the children of Israel to understand as they were learning in their journey, that God meant business, and it took them a long time to grasp it. Even then, right through till Joshua, Joshua stood at the end of his life and said, you know, as for me and my house, we'll do the Lord, but you will not, he said. He turned to the children of Israel. She said, you're still hanging on to your gods. So we still haven't learned.
Yeah, we're still doing it. Just the other thing I want to point out, and I want to say, I think I said it already, I'm pretty sure I did, the number of times that the word trumpets is mentioned. Trumpets, trumpets. It's not the Feast of Trumpets. Trumpets, trumpet. It's not the Feast of Trumpets. Again, it's Shavuot. It's Shavuot. So there's one other thing. When Samba was reading, and what chapter did you read, Samba? You read chapter 20.
I read 20, yeah.
You said, can you read chapter 20, verse 5?
Verse 5 says, you shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, Jehovah, your Elohim, am an impassioned God, visiting the guilt of the parents upon the children, upon the 3rd and upon the 4th generation of those who reject me.
Can I, just a personal comment? That is a terrible translation.
Tell me why.
That's my own opinion. Impassionate means like somebody that's full of zeal, and he's like Randy was very impassionate to me. Maybe I got the wrong understanding here. He's very passionate about singing. So what my version says, which ties him with so much of the prophecies about Jehovah, is that he's jealous. An impassionate God, it's got nothing to do with Numbers chapter 5. But a jealous God does.
Okay, and so let's look up that word.
I don't want to look it up. I'm just going to read it over and think that...
No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to tell me that my version is garbage.
We're
going to look up that word.
It's a fancy word for meaning jealous. and you lose the meaning in the translation.
No, because if I am passionately in love with my, okay, I'm going to put myself in the male position at the moment. If I am passionately in love with my bride, I will fight tooth and nail to protect her. And if somebody comes near her, I am going to stand between that interloper and my bride. I am going to protect her. I am going to raise my voice. I am going to do whatever it takes. I am going to raise my fists to protect my bride.
How does that impassionate attitude transfer over to the Soto woman, Numbers 5? You have to do a whole lot of explaining there. Whereas the word jealous, I am a jealous God. I am a jealous Elohim. That's fairly simple to understand. And I wanted to point that out. Maybe your version is good everywhere else, but not in this one verse. I think you lost the meaning of the word there in jealous, because that jealous husband, that jealous God, that conveys a lot. Paul, or who is that?
Yep,
Paul?
Yep. Just another thing, I was listening to somebody yesterday, and they're trying to tell me something, and then they bring in their mighty one. Their mighty one said things, but that mighty one is dead. And they said, oh, but this is what it really means. And I didn't realize until this morning that the mighty one that they're bringing in, they're holding above Jehovah's words. And that's what gets him riled, gets him jealous. You're not listening to the words of the Most High. You're putting somebody...
No, Paul, it gets him impassioned.
Yes, that's it. But he gets jealous about it, so he's going to have to do something about it. And what he's going to do, I put this to the people yesterday. I said, listen, what's coming is the abomination of desolation. And if you don't know how to look at it, you better read it again. And they didn't want to go there. So I said, right, just one thing that was happening.
Anyway, I just wanted to point that out, that really jumped out at me when Sombra read that. I said, wow, that's really not making it as bad as what it could be, or what it's supposed to be.
Okay, so the root of the word for kana is kan. It means to acquire, a nest, or zealous. The pictograph is a kof, is a picture of the sun at the horizon and the gathering of the light. The noon is a picture of a seed. Combined, these mean gathering for the seeds. The parent birds go about gathering materials to build a nest where they will raise their seeds. So you've got eggs. So you've got the concept of coin for purchase there as well. Okay, so you've got the word nest, a bird nests, as well as a stall for animals or a nest. You've got the building of the nest of the family. You've got the building of a home. You've got possession, the goods and wealth acquired at the acquiring of materials for building a nest. So getting goods and riches. Zealous, a parent bird will guard over and protect the nest and eggs from predators. Have you ever seen a bird do that? They're not quiet about it. There's lots of dive bombing and squawking and squealing, and they're quick and they're fast. A man can guard over the family.
What I'm saying is the word that you use took away all the meaning of what I would not get jealous from impassioned. That's what I'm saying.
Seriously?
No, I don't. Impassioned, it doesn't, that for me, it doesn't mean anything. Maybe I got a wrong understanding, but it doesn't mean nothing.
Well,
But
what is passion to you?
It's emotions. It's just stuff. It doesn't mean jealous. And jealous, that says a lot to me, because that same word is used throughout the Bible. And it tells me more about God's zeal for us.
Okay, but
I know you're maybe but you know, the use of a word takes away the meaning behind it. And when you say impassioned, that doesn't do nothing for me.
well, I guess that's one of the good things about the fact that we read different versions of the Bible, because to me, an impassioned person like gets hot. I'm trying really hard not to get impassioned at the moment because, but you know, you get hot, you get aggressive, you get like defendy, you get protecty, and I would say impassioned and zealous are like hand in hand. They're the same.
Okay, I'm a ditch digger. My vocabulary is very limited. Kay, go ahead.
Well, two things. One is Sombra is saying she's going to defend the bride. But in the passage, in the verse there, he's talking to the bride who wants to wander off. And that's what makes him jealous when we wander off and do our own thing. He's jealous of our love for others. But really what I wanted to say, that's just my opinion. Really what I wanted to point out is in Exodus 23, I knew this, and I think I've failed on it lately, and I do in the spring. But in verse 13, it says, it says, with all the things that I have said to you, take heed. Make no mention of the names of other gods, and do not let them be heard in your mouth. Well, I'm going to go to 14 just to make a point. The very next thing he says is 3 times in the year, you are to celebrate a festival for me. And he goes on in detail about that. But we all came from different denominations, and we all celebrated another spring feast, which I'm not going to say the name of because it's another god. But I notice here, and even in my Bible study that I lead, when I'm teaching people to keep the feast and not the other feast, one of them is named after another god, which Jehovah annihilated his own people in the past, and will again, for doing these types of things. And here he says, don't even say it. So I just wanted to bring that out because in verse 14, I just see how they're related to feast.
Yeah.
This other god feast of the spring has a name that we correct people. You shouldn't be celebrating that feast. And so I wanted to just bring that out, that I'm guilty. I knew this already. I've taught this before, but this year I have a new bunch of Christians that are celebrating that feast. So I have said that name. And I just wanted to bring that out in case someone did not know that.
I've met in my walk, I've been walking with the Hebraics people since 2005. And in 2005, my first encounter with people were people who took this commandment seriously and literally. And you could not have a conversation with them because they would stop in mid-sentence and not say something. And you look at them, what the heck are you trying to say? Like, it just did not make any sense. They would not say the name God, the G-O-D, because that's a pagan god. They would not say Baal. So when we're reading the Bible here, we're reading these different things, Molech, Ishtar, Semiramis. When we read them, they would just not say them. Okay, so now you're not supposed to say the name. Well, what about Sybil? What about Mary? How many of you got Mary in your name? Mary's a god. So what we have to do here is look at this in context. We are not going to mention any of these gods when Jehovah is here. I'm not going to bring them up. But right now, we got a whole world full of people that are steeped, and they believe that the God Buddha is God. They believe that the God Mary is the Queen of Heaven. And we have to talk to them the same way someone talked to me, because I used to pray to Mary. I used to pray to Joseph and baby Jesus and St. Anthony, and there's about 30 other saints that you're supposed to pray to when you need certain things. I didn't know who they all were. But if somebody hadn't told me who these gods were, what they were, or taught me about them, then I would still probably be praying to them, not knowing. So when are we going to use this verse in 23:13 and not mention the other names of gods? When we've totally destroyed them, and there's not one statue left, not one partial statue left of any of them, and all those that worship them are gone, and then we're going to have this go through the Bible here, and someone's going to have to edit it, because in the future they won't know what were they talking about Molech for. So the Bible's going to have to be rewritten. So again, let's read the Bible in context. Let's understand why it's saying what it says. But there's also a job that you have to do now. You know?
So Joe, can I reread her verse the way I understand it?
Are you going to use that version that I don't like?
No. Exodus 23, verse 13.
What?
Make no mention of the authority of other gods, and do not let them be heard in your mouth. 3 times a year you are to celebrate a festival for me. So that word NAMES can be interpreted as authority. It's not just the vocalization of a person's name. It's the meaning of their name. It's the authority of their name. Jehovah has authority. I'm not to bring anybody else's authority into this subject. So one of the things that happens
I loved what you just said, just the way you said it. I'm not going to bring anyone else's authority. I'm not going to bring the book of Enoch as an authority. I'm not going to bring the book of Jubilees as an authority. I'm not going to bring Baruch or as an authority. My authority is this Bible.
Right.
Sorry.
Right. So, I mean, parents who have brought their kids home from public school and started homeschooling them have had this problem. They bring their kids home and they start to teach them something, and the kid goes, well, that's not how my teacher taught me. Or even when you're doing homework at home, that's not how my teacher taught me. In other words, that child is saying, the teacher's the authority, you hold no authority here. And we're not to do that. We're not to say, when we're keeping that other day in the spring, we're not to say that that false god has authority over how we worship our Jehovah, how we recognize the death, burial, and resurrection of our Messiah. That other deity has no authority here, has nothing to do with this. So don't mention it, don't participate in it, don't do that. That's Jesus dying on the cross has nothing to do with eggs and bunnies and chocolate. Now, but like you said at the beginning, people take that concept of the name and they extrapolate it and they go, well, you can't say Jesus, that means Zeus, and that's a false deity. You can only say Yeshua or Yahshua or Yahashua or Yehoshua. It's not about how you pronounce his name. It's who you're giving authority to.
And
Sombra,
the Bible.
what is that word in Hebrew? Name. What is that word in Hebrew?
Let me look that up.
I wrote authority over that word in my Bible so I can remember this. So thank y'all. Oh, this is a wonderful learning moment on sightedmoon.com for those of you who are listening. I just learned another thing. Love it.
Exodus 23, verse 13.
Oh, I've got the wrong book. Exodus 23, 13. So name means Shem. It means breath, the wind or the breath of someone or something, its character. The Hebrew names are words given to describe a character. The breath of a man is a character that makes one what he is. The name of an individual is more than an identifier, but a descriptive of the character or the breath. It's used to identify another place, the place of the winds.
But when we use that character of the other person above that of Jehovah, then it becomes Jehovah's jealousy to, he considers that other person of a non-event because they're dead. It is Jehovah's words that are living.
So the word, hang on, just the word here for make no mention. Okay, so the 3808 is the word low, right? So that's low, don't. And the 2142 is remember. To remember, so we're not going to remember Zakar, right? Zakar. It's not mention, it's do not remember the name
Do
of
not
these
give it
people.
any weight or any authority or any power.
Yeah.
Let it have no effect over you.
But neither let it be heard out of your mouth. So again, the Bible.
Could it be, Joseph, could it be that the very next verse, 3 times in a year, you are to celebrate a festival for me, not mentioning these other names, but me?
Well, yeah.
It just, that's what I'm seeing. The very next thing he said is don't be, I'm going to use Sombra's word, authority. Don't mention the authority of other gods or be heard from your mouth. 3 times in a year, you're to celebrate a festival for me.
The Bible talks about Satan and it talks about Lucifer. That's where we get those names from. We get them from the Bible. So if God's going to mention those names, what is he saying here then? Because if he said it and we're not allowed to say it, then why would he even say it in the first place? Why put them in the Bible?
And why have we stricken Jehovah's name
from the Bible?
From our tradition? Because no, it's still in the Bible, right? But why have we stricken Jehovah's name from our tradition and not stricken Satan's name or any of the other things that we read in the scripture? Why do they say those words out loud, but they can't say Jehovah's name out loud?
And just let me throw a little plug in here for the 10 Days of Awe book. I'm showing you why Jehovah is so jealous. That's why I'm picking up on this word. It's throughout the Bible. He is pissed off. Now, whoops, there's a swear word you're not supposed to say. I just said it. He is so mad that the whole world is about to be destroyed in your lifetime now. You are witnessing it now because he's jealous. Not because we just said other names, but we're worshiping other gods. Some of you here are worshiping other gods and you don't know it. You don't understand where Satan deceived the whole world. Well, he hasn't deceived the whole world. I'm not deceived. Yes, you are. He's deceived the whole world, and we've been a part of it for most of our lives. And our vocabulary is ripe, full of other gods' names, and we don't even know it.
Right.
The Greek gods are now become part of our vocabulary. the Roman gods, these Latin words have become part of our vocabulary.
You can't even say the days of the week.
No.
In English. You can't say the months of the year in English.
The Akkadian and Babylonian gods have become part of our daily vocabulary.
Right.
So again, what is it that Jehovah wants us to do? And give the authority to the right people. Not the right people. I mean, there is only one authority, it's Jehovah.
And that's why I really like that Akedah prayer. I know it's long to read the story of the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, but at the prayer that says, just as Abraham, our forefather, suppressed his mercy for his only son and wished to slaughter him in order to do your will, so may your mercy suppress your anger from upon us. And may your mercy overwhelm your attributes. May you overstep with us the line of your law, your Torah, and deal with us. I love that prayer, which is why I put it into the prayer service, because I'm begging God, because I know I sin. I overstep the law. I overstep the line of that boundary. I do it far too often, and I'm begging him, please, come step over that line and bring me back. That's grace. Bring me back to your Torah, because I don't want to be a sinner. I don't want to be doing things wrong, and I definitely don't want to be left out there alone to die and die the consequences of my sin. I want to be brought back in. That's why I love that prayer so much.
Okay, let me move on to Sarkis, and then we're going to try and get this Torah portion in today. Please.
Okay. Concerning the word jealousy, we have to go back and look what happened in Genesis chapter 3. And that is, the serpent lied, and Eve believed it. And so as a father, the jealousy is about being protective about his children, like the bird protecting the nest and the egg and the little chicks. And so what he is saying is, I am jealous to a point where I am willing to die for you, because what happens if a snake comes after the chicks? The birds will be fighting the snake, and sometime they will die and be eaten up by the snake. And so the word jealousy here is warning, but at the same time willing to do whatever it takes to protect the offspring, to protect what belongs to you. And so when I look at the 10 Commandments, I look at it as, here's where I want you. And Mike, the Batman, did a good job at it, teaching on the 10 Commandments. Is the first 4, it's about, here is what I expect from you, but it's about you showing love for me. But the other one, the number 5 through 10, honoring your parents, it's demonstrating to us how we feel as parents, as humans, that if my child goes and commits murder, we're out of touch in real culture. We're in a bubble on the West. But you go overseas, if your son does damage to another property or kills somebody, you end up paying for it, not your son, not your child. Because there's honor, there's accountability, there's responsibility. Society will hold you responsible for what your descendants do to others. Therefore, it all reflects on the parents. Not only honor, but there's financial cost. There's losing respect. There's even responsibility of going to prison. I know when I was a kid, a family member, one of the kids shot another kid. The parents went to prison as well, because they consider the family responsible for raising the children in the wrong way. in an irresponsible way. So when we look at the bigger picture, Jehovah God is responsible for us, and he would discipline us so that we don't harm other people and we don't follow other supposedly gods who are not. They're there to harm us. They're there to harm us and harm the name of Jehovah God. It's blaspheming God's name. That's the third command. We don't see it that way. And so my point here is we need to understand the cultural view of how God created us. That is more of how do we let me put it in a way. How do we demonstrate his awesomeness is how we live like he does. When he says, be holy for I am holy, he's basically saying, hey, I want you to imitate me. I want you to be like me. I don't want you to be opposite of me. Because the words, I was looking at the opposite meaning of jealousy, and it's very interesting. It's it's sympathy, kindness. No, sympathy, kindness, goodwill, benevolence. That's the opposite. It's the antonyms. But if you look at the synonyms, it's resentment, envy, hatred, covetousness, malice, animosity, enmity, envious, invidiousness, ill will. So when you look at it and you say, wait a minute, we don't understand the true cultural meaning of what jealousy means, and that is, it's a protective form of keeping your identity and passing on your identity to your next generation and generations to come, that will bring you honor and glory to the patriarch, to our Heavenly Father. And that's where we, if we go to some third world countries, other parts of the world where there's patriarchy, the patriarch will rule in ways to protect his identity, his family, his clan, his nation. Why? Because any bad report about one of his family members or his descendants, his great-grandchildren, it brings bad report. It represents what it does to his image, to his reputation, to his welfare, and the welfare of his family and his clan and nation. That's why when Jehovah God said, you're going to be a priest, kings and priests, you're going to be a light to the nations. They're going to say, who is this God that the Israelites have that is a God of righteousness, of God who is pure in his judgment and holiness, and the laws he has is good for mankind. That is what he's jealous about, is us representing him. And when we don't, we blaspheming him among the nations.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to say.
Good. Thank you very much, Sarkis. Okay. Numbers 23. That's our Torah portion this week. We're going to start reading it. And Philemon's got to put the kids to bed. So Shauna, you're going to start reading this one.
I'm ready. So we're joining this story of the prophet Balaam, who's been summoned by King Balak, joining it in progress. Balak wants Balaam to curse the children of Israel. Then Balaam said to Balak, build 7 altars for me here, and prepare 7 bulls and 7 rams for me here. And Balak did just as Balaam had spoken, and Balak and Balaam offered up a bull and a ram on each altar. Then Balaam said to Balak, stand beside your burnt offering, and I will go. Perhaps the Lord will come to meet me, and whatever he shows me, I will tell you. So he went to a bare hill. Now God met Balaam, and he said to him, I have set up the 7 altars, and I have offered up a bull and a ram on each altar. Then the Lord put a word in Balaam's mouth and said, return to Balak, and you shall speak thus. So he returned to him, and behold, he was standing with his burnt offering, he and all the leaders of Moab. And he took up his discourse and said, from Aram, Balak has brought me, Moab's king, from the mountains of the east. Come curse Jacob for me, and come denounce Israel. How shall I curse whom God has not cursed? And how can I denounce whom the Lord has not denounced? As I see him from the top of the rocks, and I look at him from the hills, behold, a people who dwells apart, and shall not be reckoned among the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob, or number the 4th part of Israel? Let me die the death of the upright, and let my end be like his. Then Balak said to Balaam, what have you done to me? I took you to curse my enemies, but behold, you have actually blessed them. And he answered and said, must I not be careful to speak what the Lord puts in my mouth? Then Balak said to him, please come with me to another place from where you may see them, although you will only see the extreme end of them and will not see all of them, and curse them for me from there. So he took him to the field of Zophim, to the top of Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. And he said to Balak, stand here beside your burnt offering, while I myself meet the Lord yonder. Then the Lord met Balaam, and put a word in his mouth, and said, return to Balak, and thus you shall speak. And he came to him, and behold, he was standing beside his burnt offering, and the leaders of Moab with him. And Balak said to him, what has the Lord spoken? And he took up his discourse and said, arise, O Balak, and hear. Give ear to me, O son of Zippor. God is not a man, that he should lie, nor a son of man, that he should repent. Has he said, and will he not do it? Or has he spoken, and will he not make it good? Behold, I have received a command to bless. When he is blessed, then I cannot revoke it. He has not observed misfortune in Jacob, nor has he seen trouble in Israel. The Lord his God is with him, and the shout of a king is among them. God brings them out of Egypt. He is for them like the horns of the wild ox, for there is no omen against Jacob, nor is there any divination against Israel. At the proper time it will be said to Jacob and to Israel what God has done. Behold, a people rises like a lioness, and as a lion it lifts itself. It shall not lie down until it devours the prey and drinks the blood of the slain. Then Balak said to Balaam, do not curse them at all, nor bless them at all. But Balaam answered and said to Balak, did I not tell you, whatever the Lord speaks, that I must do? Then Balak said to Balaam, please come, I will take you to another place. Perhaps it will be agreeable with God that you curse them for me from there. So Balak took Balaam to the top of Peor, which overlooks the wasteland. And Balaam said to Balak, build 7 altars for me here, and prepare 7 bulls and 7 rams for me here. And Balak did just as Balaam had said, and offered up a bull and a ram on each altar.
Thank you, Shauna. I'm trying to read this or listen to this as if this is my first introduction to Balaam. And I see nothing wrong with this man. He's doing what Jehovah said to do. He's got a donkey that spoke to him. Now he's doing exactly what Jehovah said to do. And it seems like a good thing. And the other thing that's going through my brain as we're reading this is not part of Israel. This is recorded someplace else by people who are not Israelites, and yet it's in the Bible. And they know enough how to build an altar. They know enough how to sacrifice on the altar to Jehovah. And that is kind of amazing to me. Sombra, I got a couple other points I want to bring up here. Sombra?
Didn't we also read about Jethro today, who looks like a pretty righteous man? Did we read about it today? I think we read about him today.
Yeah, we did.
He's a pretty righteous man too, but he's not Israel.
Yeah.
But he's a Shemite.
He's a Midianite. Oh, okay, Shemite, okay.
He's a Shemite. He is of a descendant of Shem, and he knows the Torah. And I mean, he may not have been there at Mount Sinai to enter into the covenant, but he knows and recognizes the difference between righteousness and sin.
From where he lived in Elbad, he would have saw the cloud over Mount Sinai. He would have saw the fire and lightning coming down. So he would have known that.
Just a question. It mentions Zipporah here.
Yeah.
Of a heritage. Is that connected to Abraham's wife?
Moses' wife.
Moses' wife.
Sorry, Moses' wife? Is that the Zipporah we're talking about here, and her heirs, his heirs?
I wouldn't know. Abraham's wife was a Midianite. This Zipporah is a Moabite.
Okay, that's all right. Same name, but can get misled a bit, that's all.
Okay, so I have here, what have I got here? When Shauna read this part, it's like a little gong went off my head. Revelation or Numbers 23, verse 9. In the last part, a people dwelling alone, not reckoning itself among the nations. And as soon as she's read, I said, wow. And then I started thinking of all the times that Israel sent ambassadors to other nations. And the curses or the accusations that Jehovah's making against Israel in a number of the prophecies is that she went a-whoring after the Assyrians. She went to whoring after the Babylonians. She went to whoring after the Egyptians. And then he says that Isaiah says something about the Assyrians being like a bulrush that's going to pierce you through your hand. You can't rely on these people. And yet that's who they made allies with. So the question I'm coming up with is, are we not supposed to have allegiances with these other nations? When King David comes back, will he not talk with the remnants of China or the remnants of Magog and Gog? Is he just going to be, screw everybody else? I'm just close the borders off and we're just going to deal with our own stuff? Is that
well, he's going to allow God to do it, isn't he, Joe? He's got to. If we rely on other mighty ones, we're going to get the same thing again.
But what
David's got to rely on Jehovah.
making alliances with other nations.
But that's making alliances with other mighty people who are not associated with God. When they get to associate with God, then they can sort of see and understand it. They have to come into an understanding of that.
When Egypt is now keeping the Sukkot, because if they don't, it's not going to rain there. But when they start keeping Sukkot, are we only allowed to make an alliance with them then? And not before that? Is that what you're saying, Paul?
Well, it's something like that, because God says, if you didn't come up to Jerusalem in Zechariah 14, I think it is, if you do not come up to Jerusalem, the curse will be upon you, and you won't have rains. That's for Sukkot.
Okay, but what about the alliance? What about, we got pomegranates, we want to trade them for your grapefruits. Can we do that?
Well, God's going to give us all the fruit in the land, isn't he? That's why it's a land flowing with milk and honey. It comes back.
Okay, can we not trade for something that only grows in Egypt?
Oh, I don't think it's going to be that way, is it? I think Egypt's going to try and sell with other countries, but their allegiance will be to those who will buy. God's people won't have to buy.
Does economy have to mean allegiance? Doesn't allegiance imply like a security thing, like a war or borders thing?
Well, I'm sort of asking the question, like Israel, in this verse 9 here, these are 2 million, 3 million people, and are they doing any trading with they're not trading with the Amalekites, but are they not trading with maybe Egypt? Are they not trading with maybe other people?
That's not an allegiance.
Road that comes from China?
Pardon me?
That's not an allegiance. That's commerce. That's normal.
Okay, but
if you allege, even the word allege has the word liege in it, which means you're giving your authority up, a liege to someone else. So that's different than doing commerce. Unless if you're giving something up of yourself for whatever, your food, I guess you are lieging, but you'd have to be careful because you don't want to give up you don't want to start saying that they're the authority when you have your authority. Your authority is Jehovah.
So the question did Solomon have an allegiance with Assyria to get the cedars of Lebanon for there? How did he arrange all that? Maybe that's something to think about too.
He married wives for that purpose. That's how he kept. A lot of times the kings and queens, the kings would marry other nations, kings and queens, princes and princesses, to keep peace between them, because now they're family.
So now it's now 2038. King David is here, and the world is left with its remnant, and the cedars of Lebanon. Okay, we can take that and make that part of Israel, so we don't have to trade with them anymore. Go from sea to sea. Okay, I don't know. Let's say Russia's got stuff that we would like. Ice cream cones. I don't know. Pick some, whatever. Are we allowed to? How are we going to have government ambassadors, leaders, political forces that we call political forces today? And how is that going to work tomorrow? And I'm looking at this verse, and I'm going back to this verse 9. Or are we going to be isolated?
I think there's a difference between doing business and, again, the word liege.
Well, okay, so let's say, King David's here, and the guy who comes up and starts to rule the Egyptians, they hit it off and they become best buddies.
Oh, I see what you mean. So they come together against another nation, or like NATO. NATO is a big thing today.
Well, okay. Would King David and would all these other nations, Sudan, South Africa, China, would they come and want to be associated with us? I won't use the word allegiance. Would they want to be associated with us? Would we be allowed to be associated with them? You're an ambassador for King David. What are you going to do?
You're representing, yeah, we're representing the nation of Jehovah.
So Glenn, Ambassador Glenn, Karen,
yeah.
You're on your way to Cambodia, what's left of it, and they got coconuts there. It's a different type of coconut what we grow here. Are you allowed to make any contracts with them?
Yes.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay, so in Numbers 23, verse 9, not reckoning itself among the nations. Is that explain? Are we allowed to trade? Are we going to be trading, or are we supposed to be isolationists?
We're not supposed to be isolationists. If anything, we're supposed to represent our nation in our better way to the world. And hopefully they'll turn into doing what we do. We're not coercing anyone, and they're not coercing us into doing it their way, but we certainly have a better way. We know that. And Jehovah's already said it.
I will sell you all my coconuts, but it comes with a statue of Mary on the box.
Okay, well, now they're pushing paganism. Yes, and that's something you got to say, no, we're not going to deal with that.
Okay,
Chris. I think
you have the power. You have the power to decide what's right and what's wrong. And if Jehovah says, no, you can't have pagan idols and symbols, well, then no, we're not going to buy the coconuts with your pagan idol symbol on the coconut. No, that's what I would say.
I don't. I'm sorry, Joe. Joe, I have to come in now.
Yeah, come in. I'm trying to get you in.
I'm sorry. I think the situation, the spiritual situation is totally different from. We are now talking about the situation as we experience it now today. But then in 2038, the forces have been defeated. So Satan has been locked up. And those people around us, being the people of Israel, around us, they come to us. They want to know what happened to us that we are so glorious, because it is going good with the people of Israel. God is going to bless his people. So all those nations everywhere in the world, they will come to Israel. They will want to make trading agreements. Yeah, so I don't think that we're going to make political agreements with them anymore. The only political entity that is still available, that is Jehovah himself. It's his people. That's it.
Okay. Okay, and I don't know, the twin sisters there in Kentucky.
Hey, okay, yeah, I just had a thought, kind of similar to what he was saying. If King David is reigning under the authority of Yeshua, the kingdom authority, shouldn't the other nations be coming to him? We shouldn't be having a problem with any of the nations.
Okay.
They all should be under his authority and coming to Israel. So whatever they have would be ours. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And then Ilya says in the comments, I don't understand the point. The only kings and priests that have any power during the 7th millennium are the chosen ones living in the land. They are the only ones reigning and reporting to Jerusalem. And so I think you guys are missing is one simple fact. At the end of the 7th millennium, Gog and Magog come against Jerusalem. So there are other government powers out there that are going to be developing over the next 1,000 years that are going to not agree with the government system that King David will be imposing.
And if they don't listen to that, then it doesn't reign on their nation.
They still develop, Glenn, and we have this war at the end of the 7th millennium, Gog and Magog come against Israel.
Yes.
and then they get annihilated. So they have to be able to develop, and that's a government force.
The choice.
It's a government force. It's a government that raised up the army. So again, that's why I'm looking at this verse and saying, how does Israel do this? And 2038, 5 years after the destruction, like you're just basically still catching your breath. I didn't pick 100 years, 200 years down the road. I picked right after. How are we supposed to act as ambassadors? That's what I was getting at.
So my thought would be, would this be a force against the kingdom of God, the kingdom of Jehovah, the kingdom of David reigning? Would it be a force from the beginning, or is it something that builds up over the time, and then they don't actually come against him, but then when Satan is loose, then he gathers those people that have doubt and confusion and brings them to this battle against the kingdom? I can't see it since Satan is locked away. I can't see it as being an active force against the kingdom at that time, the millennial reign.
The root of the problem with Satan started long before he rebelled. So the root that Gog and Magog have is going to be already there at the beginning. It takes time for it to develop. So again, I'm just looking at verse 9 here and saying, are we supposed to be an isolated nation? Are we supposed to withdraw into ourselves? That's what I was looking at. Ryan.
Yeah, real quick, I was just reading in Zechariah 12:3. And it shall happen in that day, they're talking about a future event, that I will make Jerusalem a very heavy stone for all peoples. All who would heave it away will surely be cut in pieces, though all nations of the earth are gathered against it.
Well, that's before 2038.
Well,
that's
when we go to Ezekiel 38, it will be in the later days that I will bring you against my land, so that the nations may know me when I am hallowed in you, O Gog, before their eyes. So that could be referring to the seventh millennium. You talk about Gog, but in Zechariah, it seems like they're going to be standing alone by themselves just because they're going to be a heavy stone.
Randy, you there?
Yes, sir.
We have a new question from Salitha in the chat. Can you pull up the scriptures on where King David has said he's going to be reigning during the next millennium?
I was just working on it. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Hosea, I want to say Hosea 14, but I forgot the verse. Okay, and I got one other point I wanted to point out to you before we move on to the next Torah reading. And when you get those, Randy, just to jump in and we'll let everyone hear them all at the same time.
I have the first one here, just starting right out, Jeremiah 30, verse 9. And it says, and they shall serve Jehovah their Elohim, and David their sovereign, which means king, whom I raise up for them.
Jeremiah 30, verse 9.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And while you go for the next one, I want to answer Johannen's hand. Go ahead, Johannan.
Hi there. I'd just like to make a comment on Numbers 23, verse 1. Bilam said to Balak, build 7 slaughter places for me and prepare 7 bulls and rams for me. So the biblical pattern is always 1 slaughter place at the place which Jehovah has chosen. And secondly, it's for Jehovah and not for man that the slaughter place or the altar is built. That's all I wanted to contribute.
No, okay, don't go away, because that's a good point that you're bringing up there. Then why did Balak build 7?
I'm not certain of the reason, but the biblical pattern we see 7 bulls and 7 lambs at 3 other places in scripture, and it's always on one altar where it is being sacrificed.
Okay, so let me make a suggestion as to why he did it.
Yes.
I don't know. He's human. He knows about Jehovah. He's from Moab, which is from the Moabites, which is from Lot, which is from Abraham. So they know about God to a degree. They know the number 7 is important, and you know, they might even know the holy. I don't know. It's like us today. You see everyone get all excited about lucky number 7 or lucky number 8, right? But they don't know why. So what Johanna just brought up, yeah, Jehovah's got one place, one altar. Joshua didn't build 7 altars. He built one when he crossed. And then he built another one later on. And then they stayed at that one for 300 some odd years before they moved over to Shiloh for 600 years, I think it was. I forgot the numbers. Okay, the other verse 22 is verse 22, the wild ox. And for those of you who don't know, this is where we get unicorns from. And here it is in the King James. And God brought them out of Egypt. He hath, as it were, the strength of a unicorn. And that's the wild ox. And a reem. It's a wild bull. They are supposed to be extinct. It's actually a real creature from what I've understood, what I've read. And that creature is similar to a rhinoceros.
It has a split hoof too.
Yeah, I think so.
If you look at King Charles's heraldry with the unicorns on the right side of his emblem, you'll see he's got a split hoof, which is a clean animal.
I hadn't noticed that, Glenn. Wow, okay.
Yep.
So in the Philippines, they got these what are they called? You see them plowing their fields. They're called I forgot what they're called. But if anyone goes up to it or goes near it, the animal will kill them. So if I went to go see one day and I got yelled at to get away from it, because it
buffalo.
Yeah, wild buffalo. Is that what they're? Yeah, wild buffalo. But they're very protective, and they only listen to their owner. They're only something to that effect. But that's a very strong animal. Prophecies that go with it. It describes Israel, which is why that symbol is a symbol of Israel to this day. Okay, Randy, how are you making out there, bud?
I'm sorry, I threw a few of them in the chat over there.
Oh, I didn't even see them. Do you want to read them?
Yeah. Hosea 3:5. Afterward, the children of Israel shall return and seek Jehovah their Elohim and David their sovereign. There's 2 witnesses. And fear Jehovah and his goodness in the latter days. So this isn't David originally. This is David brought back to life. Ezekiel 34:23 and 24. And I shall raise up over them one shepherd, my servant David, and he shall feed them. He shall feed them and be their shepherd. And I, Jehovah, shall be their Elohim, and my servant David, a prince in their midst. I, Jehovah, have spoken. Daniel 9:25. This is huge here. Know then and understand from the going forth of the command to restore and build Jerusalem until Messiah the Prince. There's your King David. Is 7 weeks and 62 weeks. It shall be built again with streets and a trench, but in times of affliction.
Okay, so you just threw lobbed a nice big soft. Okay, so when he says Messiah the Prince, the only way you can know that is Messiah King David is by counting from the Exodus by 7 Jubilee cycles, which is the 7 weeks, 7 Feast of Weeks. And you count from the Exodus, 7 Jubilee cycles, and then King David is born, and he reigns as king and is anointed 3 times by Samuel, Judah, and all of Israel. Yeah, so anyway, that's why King David is going to reign during the 7th millennium. And who was that? Salitha? If you get a hold of our book, the 2300 Days of Hell, we go into great detail and explain this for you there. Okay, next Torah portion is, I think it was Joel 1-3. Yes, Joel 1-3, and I don't know who the next reader is.
Ryan again.
Ryan.
Okay, Joel 1. It's just Joel 1, right? Or is it all of it?
Joel chapter 1, 2, and 3.
But all you just do 1, yes, sir.
All right, got it. The word of Jehovah that came to Yoel, the son of Pethuel. Hear this, you leaders. Listen, all who live in the land. Has anything like this ever happened in your days or in your ancestors' days? Tell your children about it and have them tell it to theirs and have them tell the next generation. What the cutter worms left, the locust ate. What the locust left, the grasshoppers ate. What the grasshoppers left, the shearer worms ate. Wake up, drunkards, and weep. Wail, all you who drank wine, because the juice of the grape will be withheld from your mouth. For a mighty and numberless nation has invaded my land. His teeth are lion's teeth. His fangs are those of a lioness. He has reduced my vines to waste, my fig trees to splinters. He plucked them bare, stripped their bark, and left their branches white. Lament like a virgin wearing sackcloth for the husband of her youth. Grain offering and drink offering are cut off from the house of Jehovah. The Kohanim are mourning, those who are serving Jehovah. The fields are ruined, the ground is grieving, for the grain is ruined. The new wine dried up, and the olive oil is wretched. Despair, you farmers, lament, vine dressers, over the wheat and the barley. The harvest from the fields is lost. The vines have withered, the fig trees wilted, also the pomegranate, date palm, and apple tree. All the trees in the fields have withered, and the people's joy has withered away. Kohanim, put on sackcloth and weep. Well, you who serve at the altar. Come, lie in sackcloth all night long, you who serve my God. For the grain offering and drink offering are withheld from the house of your God. Proclaim a holy fast. Call for a solemn assembly. Gather the leaders and all who live in the land to the house of Jehovah your God, and cry out to Jehovah. Oh no, the day of Jehovah is upon us, as destruction from Shaddai is coming. The food is cut off before our very eyes, also joy and gladness from the house of our God. The seed grain is rotting in its furrows. The granaries are deserted, the barns in ruins, because the grain has withered. How the animals groan, the herds of cattle are perplexed, because they have no pasture. The flocks of sheep bear the punishment too. Jehovah, I cry out to you, for the fire has consumed the pastures in the desert, and the flame set ablaze all the trees in the fields. Even the wild animals come to you, panting, because the stream beds have dried up, and fire has consumed the pastures in the desert.
Thank you, Ryan. When did this prophecy take place? Anybody?
Is it in the time of Joseph?
You know, Ryan, you just read it.
Hasn't it?
Who is that? Ella, what?
Has it happened? No?
Has it happened?
No?
I asked the question here.
No, I'm saying no, it hasn't. It's a prophecy for future.
It's prophetic. So when does it happen?
Very, very soon.
Verse
That be in the
15.
tribulation?
Ella, you want to read verse 15?
Okay. Alas for the day of Jehovah is at hand, and as a destruction from the Almighty shall it come.
When is the day of the Lord?
Very soon. Very soon.
Very soon. You got to turn off one of your mics there, Philin. Very soon.
Very soon.
If we understand the Jubilee cycles correctly, then that's starting in 2030, the Great Tribulation. When is judgment coming on Israel? We do this every year. When does the judgment start?
2024?
At atonement.
No, it
This
starts
year,
on the Day of
starting.
Trumpet, Feast of Trumpets.
2024, but it starts now because there's 10 years left, isn't it?
Well, it starts on the
first
Feast
one.
of Trumpets every year, and the Feast of
Yep.
Trumpets is for 10 days. That's the 10 days of awe. And the 10 years, which it represents, begins in 2024. Did you hear what Ryan read here? Everything's drying up. Okay.
And whatever does grow is going to get eaten by the locusts and all the pestilence that's around.
Yeah. It shall come as destruction. Now, who's this from? Global warming, climate change, right?
Yeah.
Verse 15, it shall come as destruction from global warming and climate change.
The them, the they, the Illuminati, the...
Who's it coming from, Sombra?
Coming from Jehovah, it is our judgment.
Jehovah is the one sending this. Verse 16, is not the food cut off before our eyes? Okay, now we could say that's other times, but this is talking, verse 15, about the day of the Lord. Joy and gladness from the house of our God. So, the joy and gladness is going to be gone. The seed shrivels up under the clods. The storehouses are shambles. Do you guys realize that the worldwide wheat that's harvested every year has decreased for the last 4 years? We are now consuming more wheat than we produce worldwide.
Yeah, you can't go on with a deficit for very long.
And in that article that I just mentioned, the World USA Wheat Association, they have not taken into consideration something about China. And I didn't quite understand exactly what it was, but China was not counted in that. And if you put China into that equation, the deficit is even greater. And we've already got drought in Europe. And we've had all the rivers dry up around the world in 2022. And we're just starting into the 5th sabbatical cycle. And the 5th curse, Leviticus 26, is you're going to be so hungry, you're going to eat your sons and your daughters. And Deuteronomy 28 says that your sons and daughters will eat their parents. And that the woman, the little petite, frail, little wee woman that wouldn't say boo to a grasshopper, she's going to fight like a mad dog for the afterbirth. And that frail little petite man that, wouldn't harm a fly is going to become a madman because the hunger is going to be so bad. Joel is telling you about the times starting in 2024, right in front of you. The animals are going to groan. We've shown pictures here of all the, entire herds there in Kenya dropping dead. Not just one or two, an entire herd dropping dead, all at the same time from lack of water. Hundreds and hundreds of cows. Because they have no pasture. Even the flocks and sheep suffer punishment. Verse 19, O Jehovah, to you I cry. The fires devoured the open pastures. Okay, so why does a fire devour a pasture? Because the pastures turn dry, it's dried out. And that's the only way a fire can go through a pasture. And the flame has burned all the trees. We've been seeing this happen already. It's not like this is something, 2,000 years, 3,000 years ago, some little stupid prophet in some book that we don't know talked about a fire someplace. This is for us today. And the only stupid people here are the ones that don't read it and don't understand that this is applying to us. And you guys got to go knock on those stupid heads and get them to understand Jehovah is here. A jealous Jehovah is here. And he's mad as all get up. And the beasts of the field also cry out to you, for the water brooks are dried up. Have we forgotten every major river around the world dried up in every continent on earth in 2022? It's not Joe Dumont picking on one little, the Po River in Italy. It was every river in Europe. It was every river in China, the major rivers in China, the major lakes in China, the major rivers in the Middle East, the major rivers in the Amazon or Brazil, the major rivers in yes, we got a lot of rain here in December and January. Guess what? They're going to dry up. Okay, I'm getting on my horse. Better get off. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are going to cry when you read what I'm writing in this book, The 10 Days of Awe. It is stunning me. So many times Jehovah has warned us over and over and over again with the same wording, the same scriptures, and we still think, pie in the sky, I'm going to be saved by the rapture. I'm going to be saved because I'm a good person going to the Second Baptist Church. Sarkis.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy. We forgot what happened in 2019, 2020, all the way to 21, the locust in East Africa, Arabia, all the way Pakistan, India, even China, part of China. And one of the things is it happened right after a major rain in the Arabian desert. And this year we're seeing that again. They had major flooding and rain. That means, and now they're watching the locust and they're saying the locust is going to populate there. And if it doesn't rain next year, it's going to be a problem, probably starting the summer migrating, if not next year. So we will see a major locust outbreak happening.
Sarkis,
Yes.
question for you. I have heard that the locusts tend to go from east to west, and they are going west to east. Is that something to think about, or is that unusual?
No, no. What you see what happened in East Africa, it came from the Arabian desert in 2019, 2020. And then it went west to east as well. So, and looking at what happened with the Exodus when the east wind
yes.
Came to Egypt. So that's east wind is from the Arabian Peninsula.
Yeah. And that's why I'm asking, because I heard that biblically it was that way too.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So here's what happens. For example, I was just showing a picture to my family last month and to some of my customers. If you look at the NASA pictures, the NOAA, National Oceanic Atmospheric Agency, and they take temperatures of the ocean waters. And on the East Coast, on the West Coast, we had blue ocean, Pacific Ocean, for hundreds of miles from Alaska down to Baja California. That created a cold air, and cold air creates low atmospheric pressure. Where you go toward China, east, they have warm waters, and that created high air pressure. Warm pressure creates high pressure. So now you see, between 12 and 30, depending on severity of the storm, hitting the West Coast with one storm after another. And they call them Pineapple Express, they call it atmospheric river, but it's all related to ocean water temperatures. And I said, let me look at what's going on in the Middle East. Why do we have rain there in Israel and in Saudi Arabia specifically, storms? And they're having wildflower picnics out there in the middle of the desert. And lo and behold, the Red Sea, it's cold, it's blue. So, and if you look at the Indian Ocean, it's hot red. It's warmer than the Red Sea. So all the storms will come from the Indian Ocean and dump a whole bunch of rain into the Red Sea Peninsula area. So it's nobody can control the water temperatures in the ocean. Nobody except Jehovah himself. And the pattern here is when you watch what's going on with the the water temperatures in the oceans, you see the atmospheric pressure moving around storms, even drought. Right now, if you look at Western Europe, Spain area and many other areas in the West, it's warming up. It's hot out there. And so even NASA and NOAA cannot predict what's going to happen in future. And they're debating about their programs. The question here is, if you're not paying attention to what Jehovah is doing with the waters, remember, he divided the waters. And the waters in the ocean are regulated in two ways. One is what is going on under the oceans. We have a lot of earthquakes, a lot of volcanic activities. They're discovering new islands in in Japan and in China and in Russia. They're discovering new islands here on the West Coast. And we'll probably have some new islands coming up. They're just rising from below the ocean ground that is demonstrating that there are activities. And so it's happening in the Arctic, where we have volcanic activities below the ocean that's melting the glacier, the ice from beneath and from above. And so who is in charge? Jehovah is in charge. And so I use these as examples to share with my customers, my colleagues, and family that Jehovah God is moving, and nobody's going to control the weather, no matter what people try to do. And I believe the enemy is using what's going on to attribute it that we are doing it. We are responsible for our own activities instead of recognizing Jehovah is doing it. And so the question here is, are we looking for the consequences of these events? And one of them is locust. The other one is drought. Other one is flooding and destruction. Either way, we're gonna have on the West Coast major fire season this coming year. It's unbelievable the amount of grass and the load of fuel that is gonna cause fire on the West Coast. So we'll have to look to God.
Jehovah's doing it, but
yep.
We can control what he's doing. We have to stop sinning.
Repent.
We have to start doing what he says, and then he'll have favor on us and do the opposite. But people don't understand. We are the cause of this climate change, not because we're causing CO2 and burning fuels, but because we don't listen to him.
Exactly.
That's what I tell them.
Yep.
Exactly. And we are just at the point of no return. Yeah. So the whole world's got to repent, or we go over this line and it doesn't matter. It does not matter. These things are now coming. So Joel chapter 2, who's our next reader?
I got it.
Okay.
Blow a shofar in Zion and sound an alarm in my set apart mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the earth tremble, for the day of Jehovah is coming, for it is near. A day of darkness and gloom, a day of clouds and thick darkness, like the morning clouds spread over the mountains. A people many and strong, the like of whom have never been, nor shall there ever be again after them, to the years of many generations. Ahead of them a fire has consumed, and behind them a flame burns. Before them the land is like the Garden of Eden, and behind them a desert waste. And from them there is no escape. Their appearance is like the appearance of horses, and they run like steeds. As the noise of chariots, they leap over mountain tops, as the noise of a flaming fire consuming stubble, and the mighty people set in battle array. Before them peoples are in anguish. All faces become flushed. They run like mighty men. They climb the wall like men of battle. Everyone goes on his way, and they do not break ranks. And they do not press one another. Everyone goes in his path. They fall among the weapons, but they do not stop. They rush on the city, they run on the wall. They climb into the houses, they enter at the windows like a thief. The earth shall tremble before them, the heavens shall shake. Sun and moon shall be darkened, and the stars withdraw their brightness. And Jehovah shall give forth his voice before his army, for his camp is very great. For mighty is the doer of his word. For the day of Jehovah is great and very awesome. And who does not bear it? Yet even now, declares Jehovah, turn to me with all your heart, and with fasting, and with weeping, and with mourning. And tear your heart and not your garments. And turn back to Jehovah, your Elohim. For he shows favor and is compassionate, patient, and a great loving commitment, and he shall relent concerning the evil. Who knows? He might turn and relent and leave a blessing behind him, a grain offering and a drink offering for Jehovah your Elohim. Blow a shofar in Zion, set apart a fast, call an assembly. Gather the people, set the assembly apart, assemble the elders, gather the children and nursing babes. Let a bridegroom come out of his room and a bride for her dressing from her dressing room. Let the priests, servants of Jehovah, weep between the porch and the slaughter place. And let them say, spare your people, O Jehovah, and do not give your inheritance to reproach for the nations to rule over them. Why should they say among the peoples, where is their Elohim? And let Jehovah be jealous for his land and spare his people. And let Jehovah answer and say to his people, see, I am sending you grain and the new wine and the oil, and you shall be satisfied by them. And no longer do I make you a reproach among the nations. And the northerners I shall remove far from you, and drive him away into a dry and deserted land, with his face towards the eastern sea, and his rear towards the western sea. And his stench shall come up, and his smell rise, for he has done greatly. Do not fear, O soil, be glad and rejoice, for Jehovah has done greatly. Do not fear, you beasts of the field, for the pastures of the wilderness shall spring forth, and the tree shall bear its fruit, the fig tree and the vine shall yield their strength. And you, children of Zion, be glad and rejoice in Jehovah your Elohim, for he shall give you the teacher of righteousness, and cause the rain to come down for you, the former and the latter rain as before. And the threshing floors shall be filled with grain, and the vats shall overflow with new wine and oil. Then I shall repay you the years that the swarming locust had eaten, the crawling locust and the consuming locust and the gnawing locust, my great army which I sent among you. Then you shall eat and be satisfied, and shall praise the name of Jehovah your Elohim, for who has done with you so wondrously, and my people shall never be put to shame. And you shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am Jehovah your Elohim, and there is no one else, and my people shall never be put to shame. And after this, it shall be that I pour out my spirit on all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, your old men dream dreams, and your young men see visions. And also on the male servants and on the female servants, I shall pour out my spirit in those days. And I shall give you signs in the heavens and upon the earth, blood and fire and columns of smoke. The sun is turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the coming and great and awesome day of Jehovah. And it shall be that everyone who calls on the name of Jehovah shall be delivered. For on Mount Zion and in Jerusalem there shall be an escape, as Jehovah has said, and among the survivors whom Jehovah calls.
Thank you, Randy. I just want to say ba-boom. Anyone want to comment on this? I think it was.
Yeah, I'd like to they're worried there won't be any grain offering, no libation, but in verse 14, if we turn back, 12 through 14, if we turn back to him, there's this possibility that he may leave the grain offering for us. Sorry, someone, I'll have to. And then also, I think it said that later on too.
There is a possibility he will repent of his
yeah.
wrath.
I'm sure hoping on that one.
See, that I got to jump in here, and I wrote it from Isaiah. I forgot what chapter. I want to say 43, 44, 45, somewhere. I don't know what chapter. You know, we talk about the gloom and doom, and we talk about the stuff that's coming, and we're trying to warn people about it, and we're frustrated because we can't get the warning out. And we see the world events turning and lining up with the, you know, with the things we've been saying. And it's frustrating and it's scary and it's maddening. But there are other scriptures, and I don't quote them that often. I like, you know, what Patty just pointed out and what Randy read, that he will turn. He has called you. He's called you guys. Again, I always make a joke that I would never pick you for my team, but the reality is he has called you. All of us. And we might not all be keeping the same feasts at the same time, but we're keeping the feasts. And the Hillel calendar, the 3 different feasts of the Karaites, we may not agree with the, you know, these other groups, and we want to fight and split hairs over, you know, the name, but he called them the same as he called you. And the bottom of the foot cannot wipe my butt, but the right hand can. And my knee can't clean out my ear, nor can it chew on my food. We all got different parts to perform. We all have different roles to perform, but he called you. And some of you are pretty old. Why? He called you, not who's Joe's team. He called you. And that should give you confidence that he's doing something through you. And no matter how bad this gets, and it's going to get bad, he's going to use you to do his will. And even if you do die, 10 years from now, you will be raised up on Shavuot, on this day, in just 10 years' time. So, like, what are you going to miss? That should give you a fearlessness that is stunning to a lot of people. Again, he's called you. He's going to protect you. He's going to feed you. He's going to water you. He's going to house you. He's going to take care of you. You are his bride. He made those promises to do those things to those people who obey. He did not make those promises to people who were perfect. We are to strive to be perfect. But like the kid that picks up only 3 toys, and when there's 15 more to pick up, we still have more to learn. And we still love that kid. So, yeah, some of the stuff we're reading is kind of like, but don't lose sight of the fact that he called you. He called you to live forever. He called you. So rejoice in that. But also know that those who aren't called, they're going to die. And that motivation should motivate you to get out there and tell people, to get out there and warn people, to get out there and help spread this message. And, you know, I'm frustrated because I don't know what to do. I'm trying, you know, I get people, you should do this, you should, yeah. Well, there's only one of me. Then I turn it back. You should go do that. You should go do that. You should contact them. You contact them. And we just all have to do this work. All of us. Okay, I'll get back on my horse. Any other comments, or should we go to chapter 3?
I want to say something, Joe.
Okay.
And that is this. Is just like in Jeremiah's day, there are false prophets, false teachers. There are more of them than we are. And the question here is, as we look to our culture, and is how do we call people at their face that they're false prophets, false teachers, just like 2 Peter chapter 2 and 3 talks about that. I've done it only once, and I had to call people on the carpet on that. And I believe at some point there comes the question that you brought up in your newsletter several times in this meeting about judging others. Aren't we supposed to call people when they are false prophets like Jeremiah did and call them on the carpet?
Yeah.
Yes, if they're wrong, but just make sure you've got proof.
Well, absolutely. That's not the issue. The issue here is when they're telling them, we're not going to have problems. We're going to be, God has blessed us. We're going to overcome the situations. We don't need to do anything. They still maintain what they believe and how they live. Our culture is full of immorality, full of lies, and full of corruption. And we're corrupt to the bone. Not only our culture, the whole world is. And the question is, when we get engaged, we get persecuted. We're being called false teachers and false prophets. And so at some point, we have to be able to stand up and tell the truth, whether people like to hear it or not.
Which is, you have this platform called sightofmoon.com that's doing that. It's out there doing it. It's in the front. And, you've read a lot of the things that people want to say and do about or say about me. Okay, it is what it is. It doesn't mean you can stop doing the work. We still got to be doing the work. Still got to keep doing this work.
Yep. We still have to, even when people reject us.
Yeah. And coming out of that great tribulation is going to be an innumerable multitude. And in order for them to come out knowing to obey Jehovah, the seeds have to be planted before they go in. So we need to get planting. The Kentucky Twins.
I was going to tell you an experience I had yesterday that kind of shocked me. I'd stopped on the way here at a Chick-fil-A to get some chicken, and there were 4 fellows eating at a table, and they were praying, when they sat down, and I thought, well, these were believers. One of them had a big shirt on that said Exodus. So as they were getting ready to leave, and I was getting ready to leave, I met the fellow with the shirt with the Exodus, and I was hoping to see him. And I said, "Are you watching for the greater Exodus?" And he kind of stammered, said, "Well, what?" I said, "Are you watching for the greater Exodus?" And he just kind of didn't have.
Are you able to hear? Because Ella, you're breaking up on us real bad.
So
yeah, she breaking up.
It's like interesting. Here now. Hello. Hello. It must be the connection. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear.
Ella,
Hello?
I'm going to go to the next one here. You're half.
Okay.
I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, I don't know either. What happened? It says it's green. Can you
You might be too far away from the mic, and it's just not picking up the lower voice.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Anyway, I stopped at a Chick-fil-A to get some chicken, and there's 4 fellows there that appeared to be believers because they were praying before they ate. And I noticed one of them had a shirt on that said Exodus. So I was hoping to get some conversation with them. And as they were getting ready to leave, I had walked up to take my trash, and I said, I thought you made your exit. And he said, huh? I said, are you for the greater?
Ella, I'm sorry, we've lost you again. All we know is
And he did what I was hoping.
Okay, Ryan, go ahead, sir. Sorry, Ella, I can't hear you.
Anyway.
Yeah, like Sarkis was saying, we are being looked at as false prophets. I know when I'm out there passing out Joe's books and having people read these things and trying to get the word out there, you know, with all that I have with the cycles and all this stuff, and they look at me like I'm nuts. And it's going to be the unfortunate thing is when they have to see the proofs, and by the time they do see these proofs, it's going to be too late.
Yeah.
It's amazing. There are certain circles in which I am very well respected, and I can talk on this subject and I can talk on that subject, and people respect me. They like my answers. They think I'm very helpful. You know, I'm helping people spiritually. But then I open up about sighted moon and they're like, no, false. It's like, hold on a second. When did I suddenly become a nutso that you think that I haven't researched this and that I would be following after a false prophet? When did I suddenly lose my character? 5 seconds ago, you respected me. I was your mentor. And now I can't even open my mouth? That doesn't make any sense. And it happens over and over and over again. And of course, if I change the subject and go back to the other things, again, I'm well respected again. I just, the moment you start talking about Joe's charts.
Yep. And that's not having that humble childlike mind. That's having a bias, and their bias shows, and there's a lot of it. And they have to give the respect to anyone to hear what they have to say. As soon as they shut their mind off, they're lost. They're not going to get the message because they've just tuned out. And when you tune out, just like your teenagers do sometimes, you can't get through. And that's what I see people do is they get this bias about something that you've mentioned, and it just shuts them right off. There's nothing you can do there. That's Jehovah. Now, remember something, Joe. Yes, there may be a point of no return, but remember, the Great Tribulation yields many, a huge multitude of people are saved that went through the tribulation.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're not going to be saved. I mean, it's no return for these curses are now coming.
For the judgment, exactly.
Yeah.
But we're still going to need to be around to get these people to, hopefully open their minds up and be like a child again. That's the point.
Yeah. Okay, let's go on to Joel chapter 3. Is that Somber next?
We got Ryan.
Ryan.
Okay, ready?
Sorry, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Okay. Jimmy, chapter 3, go ahead.
Right. Joel chapter 3. For behold, in those days and in that time, when I restore the fortunes of Judah and Jerusalem, I will gather all nations and bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat, and I will execute judgment on them before my people and for my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations. They have divided my land. And have cast lots for my people, and have given a boy for a prostitute, and have sold a girl for wine, that they may drink. Yes, and what are you to me, Tyre and Sidon, and all the regions of Phoenicia? Will you repay me? And if you repay me, I will swiftly, speedily return your repayment on your own head. Because you have taken my silver and my gold, and have scattered my finest treasures into your temples. and have sold the children of Israel and the children of Jerusalem to the sons of the Greeks, that you may remove them far from their border. Behold, I will stir them up out of the place where you have sold them, and return your repayment on your own head. And I sell your sons and your daughters into the hands of the children of Judah, and they will sell them to the men of Sheba for a faraway nation, for Yahweh has spoken it. Proclaim this among the nations, prepare for war, stir up the mighty men, let all the warriors draw near, let them come up. Beat your plowshares into swords and your pruning hooks into spears. That's a quote from someplace. Let the weak say, I am strong. Wow. Hurry and come, all you surrounding nations, and gather yourselves together. Cause your mighty ones to come down, hence Yahweh. Let the nations arouse themselves and come up to the valley of Jehoshaphat. And I will sit to judge all the surrounding nations. Put in the sickle, for the harvest is ripe. Come, tread, for the winepress is full, the vats overflow, for their wickedness is great. Multitudes, multitudes in the valley of decision, remember that. For the day of Yahweh is near in the valley of decision. The sun and the moon are darkened, and the stars withdraw their shining. Yahweh will roar from Zion and the thunder from Jerusalem, and the heavens and the earth will shake, but Yahweh will be a refuge for his people and a stronghold to the children of Israel. So you will know that I am Yahweh, your God, dwelling in Zion, my holy mountain. Then Jerusalem will be holy, and no strangers will pass through her anymore. It will happen in that day that the mountains will drop down sweet wine, and the hills will flow with milk. All the brooks of Judah will flow with water, and a fountain will flow out from Yahweh's house, and will water the valley of Shittim. Egypt will be a desolation, and Edom will be a desolate wilderness, for the violence done to the children of Judah, because they have shed innocent blood in their land, yes. But Judah will be inhabited forever, and Jerusalem from generation to generation. I will cleanse their blood that I have not cleansed, for Yahweh dwells in Zion.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Sir.
And I just want to point out here, put in the sickle, for the harvest is ripe, and Revelation is it 14? Is talking about was it one of the trumpets putting in the sickle? We have a lot of similar verbiage here for both, and we should be studying this and learning more about this and understanding what it's saying, because it's these words in these two chapters, 2 and 3, they're coming true right now, and they will be coming true for the next few years. Anyone else got any comments? Lamentations.
Should I just read those Revelation 14 verses?
Sure, you can.
Revelation 14, verses 14 through 19. And then I looked, and behold, a white cloud. Let me go to it. Then I looked, and behold, a white cloud, and seated on the cloud, like a son of man, with a golden crown on his head, and a sharp sickle in his hand. And another angel came out of the temple, calling with a loud voice to him who sat on the cloud, "Put in your sickle and reap, for the hour to reap has come, for the harvest of the earth is fully ripe." And so he who sat on the cloud swung his sickle across the earth, and the earth was reaped. And then another angel came out of the temple in heaven, and he too had a sharp sickle. And another angel came out from the altar, the angel who has authority over the fire, and he called with a loud voice to the one that had the sharp sickle, "Put in your sickle and gather the clusters from the vine of the earth, for its grapes are ripe." And so the angel swung his sickle across the earth and gathered the grape harvest of the earth and threw it into the great winepress of the wrath of God. And the winepress was trodden outside the city, and blood flowed from the winepress as high as a horse's bridle, for 1,600 stadia.
Okay, so I was not going to get into it, but I guess we're going to get into it. When is the first sickle here in verse, where is it? In verse 16.
14?
14? No, verse 16. When is that sickle thrown across the earth?
Is that the tares?
Okay. We got two sickles being thrown here, right? The second one is when is the second one?
The second one would be at the end of the 7th millennium, when everybody. No?
No, you've jumped way too far ahead. And another angel came out of the temple which is in heaven, he also having a sharp sickle. And another angel came out from the altar who had power over the fire, saying, "Thrust in your sharp sickle and gather the clusters of the vine." When does that take place?
Is it late summer? Grape harvest?
Grape harvest. When's that take place? Glenn, be more specific.
At the end of the 7th millennium.
No.
July.
5th month.
So it would have to be before the wedding feast, right? It has to be before Sukkot. It has to be before the wedding feast.
It's the 5th month.
What?
Yeah.
The 5th month.
Okay, so then it also has to be after the betrothal. So it's in between the betrothal and the wedding.
Wait, stop. It's the 5th month. The grapes are ready for the first fruits in the 5th month. What happened in the 5th month?
The 9th of Av.
The 9th of Av. How many 9th of Av events do we have? Lots of them. Yeah. What happened in the 5th month? It started with the Joseph being thrown in the pit. Then it went to the spies for 40 years, right? Then the first temple being destroyed, and the second temple being destroyed, and them getting kicked out of Spain. All these events on the 9th of Av. What do you do with the grapes? What do they do with the grapes here? Thrust in your sharp sickle and gather the cluster of the vine on earth, for the grapes are fully ripe. That's the 5th month. Verse 19. So the angel thrust in the sickle into the earth and gathered the vine of the earth and threw it into the great winepress. Again, this is the 5th month. Where's the winepress? Randy.
Yes, sir.
Where's that big wine press where you were scared that you were going to get arrested by the IDF?
On the Mount of Offense.
On the Mount of Golgotha.
Yeah.
It's still there. And so, okay, so yeah, there's wine presses everywhere. Yeah, I get it. But there happens to be one on top of Golgotha, which is where they used to make the wine. And the angel thrust in a sickle of the earth and gathered the wine of the earth and threw it into the great winepress of the wrath of God. And the wine presses were trampled outside the city. Where's outside the city?
The threshold.
The threshold. Where's the threshold, Glenn?
This Golgotha.
The Kidron Valley. The Kidron Valley.
Yeah.
What is the Kidron Valley also called? The Valley of Judgment, the Valley of Jehoshaphat. And the winepress was trampled outside the city, and the blood in the Valley of Judgment, in the Valley of Jehoshaphat.
Verse 14 to 16, 18.
Came up to the horse's bridle. Now, a horse's bridle, I think, is about up to my chin. So it's about 5 feet deep. That valley is, how far across is that valley right there? 400 yards, 200 yards, 400 yards, somewhere in that area.
Mm-hmm.
How much blood do you have to get 5 feet deep across 400 yards? And it's going to go out for 2,600 furlongs, or what is that, 280 miles? I think that is. I don't know. I forgot.
That's a lot. That's a lot of blood.
So
was that in 2032, according to your chart?
33.
2033?
So now, just hang on a second. When you take a sacrifice and you take the blood, where do you throw the blood at the altar?
At the base of the altar.
It's
no, on the horns of the altar.
You put the dip on the finger. Where do you throw all the blood after they done the horns? Where do you throw the blood? You splash it on the front of the altar. You splash it on the front. You don't just pour it on the ground. You splash it on the front of the altar. What's the altar here? Golgotha, where Yeshua was sacrificed, the Lamb of God. And the front of the altar is facing the city of David, which is the Kidron Valley, and the blood is right here, up to a horse's bridle, will be splashed on the front of that altar from all these nations around the world. Where do we got to go on? Zechariah to read this. Is it Zechariah? The Valley of Jehoshaphat, the Valley of Judgment. Anybody got the verse? Is it 14?
Zechariah what?
I don't know. I'm asking. I asked first. I think it's Zechariah 14 about the Valley of Judgment. Jehoshaphat.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
What verse?
Starts from the first day.
Behold, the day of the Lord is coming, and your spoil will be divided. This is Zechariah 14, verse 1. And your spoil will be divided in your midst, and I will gather all the nations, to battle against Jerusalem. The city shall be taken, and the houses rifled, and the women ravished. That means raped. Half the city shall go into captivity, but the remnant of the people shall not be cut off from the city. Then the Lord will go forth and fight against those nations as he fights in the day of battle. And in that day, his feet will stand on the Mount of Olives, which faces Jerusalem on the east. And the Mount of Olives shall be split in two from east to west. So now here I got a problem. Is that at the beginning of the 2030 or is it in 2033? And I'm conflicted. I'm not sure. I go back and forth and I don't know. And the Mount of Olives shall be split in two from east to west, making a very large valley. Half the mountain shall move towards the north and half of it towards the south. Then you shall flee through my mountain. So it sounds to me like it should be at the beginning of 2030 when the two witnesses are killed.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, because they're protected after that, or at least one group.
Yes. And the mountain, flee through the mountain valley, for the mountain valley shall reach to Azal. So the valley on the south side of the Golgotha is called the Azal or Azul Valley now, which is the Azazel Valley, where they used to throw the goats into down just behind it. As you fled in the earthquake in the days of Uzziah, king of Judah, thus the Lord my God will come and all the saints with you. And it shall come to pass in that day that there shall be no light. Where's the verse here I'm looking for? The Valley of Jehoshaphat. Everybody's gone quiet.
That's not the one in Megiddo.
No, Megiddo is not Jehoshaphat. Megiddo is over in the plain.
Okay.
Well, we just read it in Joel 3, verse 2.
Was it Joel 3 that we read it?
And then you can use that valley there as a reference in verse 2, and it brings you to Zechariah 14:4, just what we read. So,
There it is, Joel. Yes. Okay. Joel 3, verse 2. I will also gather all nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat. That's the Kidron Valley. And I will enter into judgment with them there on account of my people, my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations. They have also divided up my land. Okay, so they're connected, those two verses. There's another verse here, and I want to go to Micah. I think it's Micah. I want to say chapter 2. Micah chapter 2. Do I have you marked? No, I don't have you marked. And it's where the Jehovah is coming back with the splattered of blood all over his robe. No, I can't find it. And he's at the he's in Moab there in I forgot the name of the place. In the city of Moab, Micah, not Petra, some other name. I forgot the name.
Is it Basra, Isaiah 62?
Basra. What is it, Mike?
I think it's Isaiah 62, 63, one of those.
Isaiah, not Micah?
Yeah, I have to look it up. I'm pretty certain it's Isaiah.
Okay, maybe it is.
Look up Basra.
Yeah, look up Basra.
There is an Isaiah, there's a Basra in Isaiah 63, verse 1. Who is this who comes from Eden in crimson garments from Basra? Yep. He who is splendid in his apparel, marching in the greatness of its strength.
What chapter again?
That's 63, verse 1.
Yep, that's the one. For Basra, there's glorious garments traveling in the greatness of his strength. I who speak in righteousness, mighty to save. That's who it is. That's Jehovah. Why is your apparel red and your garments like one who treads in the winepress? So there's the winepress at Mount Sinai or Golgotha. I have trodden the winepress alone. And
there's also Isaiah 34, verse 6.
Okay,
Says, Jehovah has a sword. It is sated with blood. It is gorged with fat, with the blood of lambs and goats, with the fat of the kidneys of rams. For Jehovah has a sacrifice in Basra, a great slaughter in the land of Edom.
Yeah, and Johan's got Revelation 19:13, having been dressed in the robe dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of Jehovah. So back to 63, verse 3 here. I have trodden the winepress alone, and from the peoples no one was with me. For I have trodden them in my anger, my jealousy, my fury, and trembled them in my fury. Their blood is sprinkled on my garments, and I have stained all my robes. For the day of vengeance is in my heart, and the year of my redeemed has come. I looked, but there is no one to help, and I wondered that there was no one to uphold. Therefore, my own arm brought salvation for me, and my own fury it sustained me. I have trodden down the peoples in my anger, made them drunk with my fury, and brought down their strength to the earth. And each time you see that word cup mentioned here, go back and read Numbers 5. The cup is the Soto woman, the woman who has committed adultery, who strayed away from Jehovah and worshiped all these other gods. And that is the people of the world whom Jehovah made a covenant with, called at Noah's Ark. So, yeah, we got a little bit sidetracked on that one, a little bit. Any other comments or questions, or shall we go on to Lamentations now?
Lamentations is me.
Okay, Lamentations 1 it is.
Okay. Alas, Lonely sits the city, once great with people. She that was great among the nations is become like a widow. The princess among the states is become a thrall. Bitterly she weeps in the night, her cheek wet with tears. There is none to comfort her. Of all her friends, all her allies have betrayed her. They have become her foes. Judah has gone into exile because of misery and harsh oppression. When she settled among the nations, she found no rest. All her pursuers overtook her in the narrow places. Zion's roads are in mourning. Empty of festival pilgrims, all of her gates are deserted. Her priests sigh, her maidens are unhappy. She is utterly disconsolate. Her enemies are now the masters. Her foes are at ease. Because Jehovah has afflicted her for her many transgressions, her infants have gone into captivity before the enemy. Gone from fair Zion are all that were her glory. Her leaders were like stags that found no pasture. They could only walk feebly before the pursuers. All the precious things that she had in the days of old, Jerusalem recalled. In her days of woe and sorrow, when her people fell by enemy hands, with none to help her, when enemies looked on and gloated over her downfall. Jerusalem has greatly sinned. Therefore, she has become a mockery. All who admired her despise her, for they have seen her disgraced. She can only sigh and shrink back. Her uncleanness clings to her skirts. She gave no thought to her future. She has sunk appallingly, with none to comfort her. See, O Jehovah, my misery, how the enemy jeers. The foe has laid hands on everything dear to her. She has seen her sanctuary invaded by nations, which you have denied admission into your community. All her inhabitants sigh as they search for bread. They have bartered their treasures for food to keep themselves alive. See, O Jehovah, and behold how abject I have become. May it never befall you, all who pass along the road. Look about and see. Is there any agony like mine, which was dealt out to me when Jehovah afflicted me on his day of wrath? From above, he sent a fire down into my bones. He spread a net for my feet. He hurled me backwards. He has left me forlorn, in constant misery. The yoke of my offenses is bound fast, lashed tight by his hand, imposed upon my neck. It saps my strength. Jehovah has delivered me into the hands of those I cannot withstand. Jehovah in my midst has rejected all my heroes. He has proclaimed a set time against me to crush my young men. As in a press, Jehovah has trodden fair maiden Judah. For these things I do weep. My eyes flow with tears. Far from me is any comforter who might revive my spirit. My children are forlorn, for the foe has prevailed. Zion spreads out her hands. She has no one to comfort her. Jehovah has summoned against Jacob his enemies all about him. Jerusalem has become among them a thing unclean. Jehovah is in the right, for I have disobeyed him. Hear, all you peoples, and behold my agony. My maidens and my youth have gone into captivity. I cried out to my friends, and they played me false. My priests and my elders have perished in the city. They have searched for food to keep themselves alive. See, O Jehovah, the distress I am in. My heart is in anguish. I know how wrong I was to disobey. Outside, the sword dealt death. Indoors, the plague. When they heard how I was sighing, there was none to comfort me. All my foes heard of my plight and exulted. For it is your doing. You have brought on the day that you threatened. Oh, let them become like me. Let all their wrongdoings come before you and deal with them as you have dealt with me. For all my transgressions, for my sighs are many, and my heart is sick.
Thank you, Sombra. You read verse 19, I call for all my friends.
Yep.
My version says, I called for all my lovers, which is implying that I am committing adultery with others besides Jehovah. And that's why these things are coming.
Yeah, it says Lam Ahava. Ahave, yeah.
Okay, anyone got any comments about this? It seems to me that there's maybe I'm just being oversensitive, but it's a message here that we're reading this stuff at this time with just, where we are in this cycle.
Well, I think there is a strong warning that, just like we're supposed to be circumcised before we do our Passover, pay attention to what tomorrow is all about. It's the renewing of your betrothal. Do not go into this lightly. Do not speak your vows lightly. These are not vows to be trifled with. If you are going to proclaim that you are the betrothed of Jehovah, then you need to behave as the betrothed of Jehovah.
We read those vows today. And if you were reading it with me, then we all said all that you have said and we will do. Right? So, and if your version was different, you had trouble following, go back and read it tonight after we close this meeting out. Go back and read that section again. This is really important. He had the one side, here's what we agreed to, and now this afternoon, the Torah portion that we're reading, here's what's happening to you right now around the world because you didn't obey. It's like, wow, there's a contrast right there. Any other comments? Shall we get on to next section? Okay.
We have a new guest, a new friend. Somebody joined us today named Salitha. And she's posted Isaiah 5:1. And I'm wondering if she has any questions that she wants to ask.
She's asked a couple questions already. We've been addressing them as we go when we see them.
Welcome, by the way. Okay, she says, no, I'm good.
Yep. Yeah, no, I'm good. I don't want to be embarrassed in front of all these people. I don't know. And this here, so not just for Salitha, but for anyone and those of you listening at home, we give everyone a fair kick at the can here. And, I cut off people like Sombra, maybe Sarkis or Glenn when they go on and on and on and on and on and on, and trying to keep it moving and trying to make room for other people to come in and ask a question or make a statement or a comment. That's what you're allowed to do here. Yep. And if it's, just be respectful of other people and be respectful of what we're trying to do.
We're just trying to be family.
Yeah, that's why I pick on Sombra all the time. And Glenn. And Circus. And Ella. And whoever else I can find. And Randy, yeah, the redhead guy. Okay.
If he's picking on you, he loves you.
Yeah. Let's go to first, what are we going to? 1 Corinthians? And 1 Corinthians 1. And I think that was Susan going to read that.
Yes, thank you. Paul, called to be an apostle of Christ Jesus by the will of Jehovah, and our brother Sosthenes, to the church of God in Corinth, to those sanctified in Christ Jesus and called to be holy, together with all those everywhere who call on the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, their Lord and ours. Grace and peace to you from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. I always thank my God for you because of the grace he has given you in Christ Jesus. For in him you have been enriched in every way, in all speech and all knowledge, because our testimony about Christ was confirmed in you. Therefore, you do not lack any spiritual gift as you eagerly await the revelation of our Lord Jesus Christ. He will sustain you to the end, so that you will be blameless on the day of our Lord Jesus Christ. Jehovah, who has called you into fellowship with his Son, Jesus Christ our Lord, is faithful. I appeal to you, brothers, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that all of you agree together, so that there may be no divisions among you, and that you may be united in mind and conviction. My brothers, some from Chloe's household have informed me that there are quarrels among you. What I mean is this: individuals among you are saying, I follow Paul, I follow Apollos, I follow Cephas, or I follow Christ. Is Christ divided? Was Paul crucified for you? Were you baptized into the name of Paul? I thank God that I did not baptize any of you except Crispus and Gaius, so no one can say that you were baptized into my name. Yes, I also baptized the household of Stephanas. Beyond that, I do not remember if I baptized anyone else. For Christ did not send me to baptize, but to preach the gospel, not with words of wisdom, lest the cross of Christ be emptied of its power. For the message of the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing, but to us who are being saved, it is the power of Jehovah. For it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise, the intelligence of the intelligent I will frustrate. Where is the wise man? Where is the scribe? Where is the philosopher of this age? Has not God made foolish the wisdom of the world? For since in the wisdom of God, the world through its wisdom did not know him, God was pleased through the foolishness of what was preached to save those who believe. Jews demand signs and Greeks search for wisdom, but we preach Christ crucified, a stumbling block to Jews and foolishness to Gentiles. But to those who are called, both Jews and Greeks, Christ, the power of God and the wisdom of God. For the foolishness of God is wiser than man's wisdom, and the weakness of God is stronger than man's strength. Brothers, consider the time of your calling. Not many of you were wise by human standards. Not many were powerful. Not many were of noble birth. But God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. God chose the weak things of the world to shame the strong. He chose the lowly and despised things of the world and the things that are not to nullify the things that are, so that no one may boast in his presence. It is because of him that you are in Christ Jesus, who has become for us wisdom from God, our righteousness, holiness, and redemption. Therefore, as it is written, let him who boasts, boast in the Lord.
Thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
And I was saying earlier, I wouldn't have picked any of you to be on my team, and this is why. Verse 27, but God has chosen the foolish things of the world to put to shame the wise. That's you and me. And the smartest people I know can't understand the Jubilee cycles. They are frustrated because it doesn't fit their theology. And that's the problem that they have. So welcome to the team, folks. Welcome to the team. Any comments anyone wants to make on this? What is wrong with everyone? It's very quiet today. Are you all fasting? Okay. Well, if you're listening to this at home, thank you for joining us. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscribe to our newsletter. Help share this message. You've heard Joel, what we're reading in Joel today. Well, we've read Joel today. These are the things that are going on right now in the world. Help us to share this message. You know, we've got very little time left, and we got to get this message to more people so they can understand the Jubilee cycles. They can understand how the curse of Leviticus 26 line up with the seals of Revelation 6, and how they all point to the time that we are about to begin, the time of judgment starting in 2024. We just need help. We need more voices going out there and telling people. You know, we need help. So thank you for joining us. Ryan, would you do the closing prayer, sir? He might be cleaning up after his kids. I know they're pretty messy.
Yeah, you got that right. Well, aren't we all? All right, let's bow our heads. Father God, Jehovah, hallowed and sanctified be your name. Father, we come to you on this Shabbat and thank you for revealing your truths to us, Father, and leading us as your called out peoples, Father. Whether we know better or not, we thank you for the opportunity to be your child. We ask that you just be with us, guide us in your light, Father, so that we may shine in the darkness amongst those who need to see your light. We ask that you help us to continue to walk as being a child of you, the Most High, Father. How humbled and blessed are we, Father, to even have this opportunity. Father God, we thank you for everyone that's here, and bless them, I ask, that you may open our eyes and our ears and have us to understand your truths. Help us to walk in your commands, statutes, and ordinances, and help to keep us from the evil one. Be with us, Lord. Keep us safe, healthy, and happy. And thank you for all that are here. For I ask these things in the mighty, powerful name of the King of the universe, Jehovah. Amen.
Amen. And tomorrow is Shavuot, the 50th day. And we will have services beginning at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we will do that at 10 a.m. And then we'll be back at, 2 p.m. and for the afternoon. And, you know, we do this every year. I love doing this every year. In fact, we do this actually 3 times a year. And it's one of my favorite teachings. So I hope you can join us. That's all Eastern Standard Times. So for those in the West Coast, you're going to have to get up early. Sorry. Those of you in Europe, you don't have to stay up so late. Awesome. So I want to thank you all for coming and help share the message. Tell people. Okay. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Bye-bye.